Welcome, everyone. I'm so glad that you guys are here. We are in the Good Success Challenge. Yes, yes, yes. I can see. Boss. Okay, come on, boss. Okay. I'm so glad you guys are here and you're joining me tonight. I just want to tell you, go ahead and set aside maybe about an hour or so. We're going to spend some good quality time together. If your love language is quality time, then you're going to love this. Okay. And if your love language is something else, you're still going to love it. Okay. But we're going to talk about good success. If you joined me last night on Facebook or Instagram, I did share a little bit about good success and the definition, where it came from, and why I love it so much. And I'll share a little bit of that too once we get into the slides. But I just want to make sure that you guys are ready. So if you are ready, put ready in the chat and let's get this thing going. Let's get some excitement going and flowing in the room tonight. If you need to, feel free to share the webinar with someone. And yes, I am catering to women because, that's just what I do. But this is a webinar for anyone to join. So men, women, come on in. Let's have a good time. Let's talk about what is not talked about enough, especially in certain rooms. And we're about to knock the walls down. So we're about to have a good time. Okay. I'm seeing some readies. This is good stuff. So let's go ahead and get started. And you guys can see everything on the screen. Once again, welcome to the Good Success Challenge. Here's my big promise to you guys, okay? Because we're about to go ahead and get into this thing. Here's my big promise. My promise is that you will learn the exact steps to build, grow, and protect your wealth and become intrinsically, hear me, intrinsically comfortable being the success you were born to be. Now, I know I have people from all walks of life on the webinar tonight. Some of you have a lot of wealth. You've broken generational curses. You are scaling. You are making income. You have your business. You have different streams of income. But then there's some of you who are just getting started on your journey. Either way it goes, we're all the same in the sense that we know that there's more to life than what we're already experiencing. Yes or yes? Like, I just can't be comfortable with what I'm experiencing right now. I know there's more, and so I want more. And that's the type of person that you are too, because only those type of people join any type of challenge called good success, okay? But let me tell you, I want to ask you, because this is really who this is catered for. A driven woman, ambitious, goal-getting, goal-setting woman. And maybe you've already achieved a level of success, but you still feel like financial freedom is beyond your grasp. Maybe you've climbed the career ladder, you started a business, you made strides towards your goal, but managing your money and building lasting wealth still feels overwhelming. Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. So I'm looking at the chat and I'm reading. I want more. Exactly. You've followed the advice. And I know some of you on here, this is you. You followed the advice. You've worked hard. You got the good grades. You did all the good, cute stuff. But somehow it seems like the other people have these secrets and they have this understanding to growing wealth that you don't have access to. And if you feel that way, you are not alone. And more importantly, you don't have to stay stuck. You don't have to stay in that place. That's why we're all gathered here tonight. But I want to ask you this. What if I told you that real wealth, building real wealth on your terms is not only possible, but it's already within your reach? What if you could learn how to create financial success without compromising your values, your morals, your faith, or the life you want to live, which is, hint, hint, on due of recording this, what we have seen a lot of people have done. They have compromised and they have thrown their morals and their values out of the window for said success. We don't want that success. We want good success. And that's what we're talking about here. If you follow me, just give me a I follow in the comments. Okay. If that is you, then here's the thing. We're going to talk tonight. And I want you to know why you should even listen to me on this topic. I just want to introduce myself to you. I am a master life coach and a serial entrepreneur. I went from only earning $9.25 an hour with a degree, hear me, to being a co-founder of a $30 million valuated company, SaaS company called Vonza. I followed the path that everybody told me: get the good grades, go to school, graduate. Okay, you following me? All right. And you'll be set for life. Get married, have kids, etc., etc. But that is not what happened. It's not what happened. I couldn't find work. And I literally, as my husband said to me that day, why don't you stop waiting for people to open a door for you and go and build a door? Not only did I build a door, I busted through the door, okay? I've won awards. I've hit 6 figures in a few months. This is having kids, husband, and other businesses, okay? So now what I do is I teach others how to build their 6-figure business. I consult with big businesses. And, on the side, I also counsel and coach celebrities, pro athletes, high-earning entrepreneurs, just a plethora of individuals. And because I took the leap of faith, because I said, when my husband said, babe, don't wait for anybody to open the door for you, just build a door for yourself, I really truly felt like that was God challenging me and pushing me so I wouldn't accept what I was getting at that time. So because I listened to that and I did exactly that, I have been able to live my dream life and live my dream life on purpose. If you follow me at all on social media, I do not do a good enough job of posting the things, the successes, the trips, all the things. And partly it's because, I just feel like y'all gonna get it. You should know. But the truth is, I have to do a better job at testifying of the goodness of God. I have to do a better job at sharing where I was and where I am, because it is all by the grace of God. It is good success. It's the literal manifestation of what it was I was asking God to give me. And so when I share and when I post, all of that is to taste and see that the Lord is good and say, here's the proof that the Lord is good, right? I'm living my dream life. I've graced TEDx stages. I've traveled to different countries. I literally try and travel to at least 2 different countries I've never been to every single year. And I've been able to keep that going for the past 3 years. My kids are, thank God, healthy. They're so cute. They're smart. They're just awesome kids. My husband is my forever boo. It can't nothing separate us, monkey dada. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my boo. And I'm able to have a business and businesses that I love, that makes impact and income. And that is just so big to me. That is just so important to me. I've been able to, this is just a list of a few things: build a 6-figure business within a few months, use my gifts and walk in purpose. I'm able to spend time with my kids. I'm that mom. I'm gonna show up. What y'all need, what we getting, what we buying, what we doing for the class, that's me. I'm there. Okay. I get to wake up when I want to. Hallelujah. Because I am not a morning person. If you want the best of me, call me at night. You're going to get it if I'm not too tired, because I've been doing everything with everybody else. Okay. Able to give to orphanages. I always tell myself I'm going to put the picture in here of baby Gracie, because she's like 5 now. But we met Gracie when she was a baby. And the story is, when we went to visit, we went to Nigeria and we went to a hospital. We were just giving like clothes, food for the orphanage and the kids there, right? So we get there, and in the back of the orphanage is like this hospital. And in the hospital, this lady is just, she's on the bed and she's there. She just gave birth, but she can't leave the hospital. We're like, why she can't leave the hospital if she gave birth already? That's what she came here for, right? Is to give birth to the baby. Honey, listen to this. She couldn't leave because her bill wasn't paid. The father of the child said, oh, I'll be back so that I can pay the bill so that I can take my wife and my child. He never came back. So she was just there. He wasn't picking up her calls, nothing. Y'all, I was like, well, she can't just be here. She has to go home. Like, what? What? And I was like, oh, no, 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 no. And I'm talking to myself, I'm like, so how much is the bill? And we did not plan on doing this, but that's what happened. And when we said, how much is the bill? We will pay the bill. She has to go home. They told us, we paid it right then and there on the spot. The mom was so grateful, and she was just like, oh my God, oh my God. Like, she was just freaking out. And I always tell myself, I'm going to put a picture of her when we took a picture together that day when Gracie was born, and then where she is now. I'm going to do it. So next time you see this slideshow, you're going to see it. But we said, nope, Gracie's that she ain't just your baby. She our baby now. We were like, no, she's our baby. So we paid for her school fees, with uniform. We helped, whatever it is they need, we help them out. We do what we can do because we're literally living in God's goodness. We're living in God's grace. Like, it was, oh yes. Thank you. Some of you guys in the chat were there. Thank you. You know. It's amazing. Yeah, that's what happens sometimes in some other countries. Like, everything is cash. It's not credit or, oh, we'll send you the bill, the cute stuff that we have here in the States. Okay, let's be clear. They will keep you until you pay that bill. And while you are there, you are still incurring fees and costs. So you got to have that cash on hand to pay. So that's what happened. That's what we did. And I just thank God that we could do that, because there was a time where I couldn't even help myself, let alone help somebody else. Okay. So that just always sticks out to me. And I love that her name is Gracie too. So that's amazing. So next on my to-do list is I want to retire my mom, and I want to relocate my mother-in-law to Georgia. So we're working on it. We're working on it. And I know all of this is possible. I know it's possible. Why? Because I've seen God do great and big and awesome things with me, right? So this is nothing. I probably need to dream a little bit bigger. Hello, right? But I know it's possible. I know it's doable, and it's just a matter of creating the plan and working towards it. So in fulfilling and doing great things, these are some of the cool people that I've met, been able to speak for, been able to collaborate with, and just do amazing, amazing things just by saying yes, just by saying, okay, I'm going to push, I'm going to build a door, I'm going to use my gifts, I'm going to walk in purpose. So here's the thing. Today, I'm going to show you how to turn what you have into financial freedom, into wealth, into abundance that you already know you're meant for. You've probably seen it in your dreams. People have probably told you, you just look wealthy. You just look like prosperity. Have you ever heard that? Y'all tell me in the chat, because we having a conversation here. Let me know. Has anyone ever said this? Like, you look like you somebody. You look great. Those are indications, and you didn't have nothing. Those are indications that it's on you. You're graced for it. But the how is what's needed, right? Right, exactly. I know. You're looking like, have you seen my bank account? And that's how you feel on the inside. But on the outside, you're like, oh, amen. You see that? Wow, thank you. I'm so grateful. You're doing all that humble stuff. But on the inside, you are screaming like, okay, well, Lord, where is it? Like, hello, where's it at? Right? But here's what I want you to know. And this is the key right here, right? That part. Most women do not struggle because they're not working hard enough. Hello, please hear me. Please hear me on this. Most women don't struggle because they're not working hard enough. They struggle because they haven't been taught the strategies and the systems that wealthy people use. Studies also show that women are not included in conversations that pertain to wealth as much as men are. Furthermore, literally, I think it was Notre Dame and UCLA, if I'm not mistaken. They did a study, And the study said that 62% of women are underpaid. Hear me. Oh, I'm gonna drop the numbers for you. 62% of women are underpaid because they don't like confrontation when it comes to money. What's the confrontation? We're not talking about, street fight, knucking and bucking and all that. No, we're talking about, hey, thank you for your offer, but based on my qualifications and my skill set and what it is that you're asking for, I can't accept this offer. This is what I can accept. And then negotiating. Come on, negotiating. That is confrontation. And 62% of women are literally underpaid, literally overworked, not getting as much as their male counterparts. Let me be clear, right? Women don't ask. They don't like the confrontation. We're taught as women by society, be nice. What does nice mean? Nice means be agreeable. Take whatever they give you. If you have one of the highest positions, you're a manager, but yet they ask you to go and order the cake, go ahead and do it. No, that's not your job. Get your assistant to do that. But most women, because they want to be nice and they want to be agreeable, will end up doing it, and they're now undermining their own selves. Hello? I just want to make sure I'm not going too fast. Do you know that women, this is the same study, women who are deemed unagreeable are women who make $3,213 more dollars. They earn more, they get more respect, right? Come on, you can look it up. And they're deemed as being more competent. $3,213. If someone put $3,213 in your hand, what would you do with it? Where would it go? How would you circulate it? This is women. This is most women. I have so many other stats, but I don't even want to get tripped up. I don't even want to go there. The information is out there, right? Because we don't like excuses. The truth is, yeah, the information is out there. Society has cultivated us to be a certain way. The information is out there, but it is scattered. It is confusing. And most times it doesn't consider your unique circumstances as a woman of faith, as a woman of color, as a woman with children, as a woman who's taking care of siblings, or those who may be disabled or physically challenged, or their parents, or it doesn't consider any of that stuff. It doesn't consider it. It's just like, here, do this. As if you have all the time in the world, you have all the money in the world, you have all the resources in the world, and you don't have any of that stuff. Right? It doesn't consider those challenges. And then, especially with someone who has ambition and a drive to make a lasting impact. Oh yeah, we're closing that gap up. Okay. Now, I learned a lot of these things just by sitting in the right rooms, paying the cost, being around environments, people, mentors that now allowed me to really work the information. And I had to make I should have made this bold right here. Significant, okay? Because I don't want to sit up here and y'all think that I didn't have to go anything. I was just popped out this way. No. I had to make significant changes in the way I operated, the way I functioned, the way I showed up in the world and in the spirit realm. And then I took that information and I saw that it was making change and creating change in my life. So then I started to give it away to everybody that I encountered, especially my clients. These are text messages. If y'all are iPhone users, where the apostolics at? Apostolics, this is iPhone mostly. A lot of people on here, right? Oh, that was a good comment. I'm going to read that in just a second. Here's one client of mine. OMG, I just got my first $5,000 client and she paid in full. Okay? I am shocked. I don't even want to spend any of it. Right. So now I said, correct me if I'm wrong, because you showed up, someone found you on Instagram, that one deal that you've secured, paid off credit cards, taking care of credit card debt, generated $12,000 to $13,000, paid off your car. These are just some of my clients. Dr. Faith, I hope all is well. You put me on to, and I was able to bank. Thank you. That is stocks. How can I find out what stocks politicians are buying and selling? Hello, this is information that I shared with my clients. Okay, look, let's see. It's been coming for a long time now. So many dreams. So I need the certification to back it up. She's talking about my, I think this is a counseling client, a counseling certification. And she said, I told myself that if one session with you can result in $3,000 worth of clients, imagine what the entire program will do. You can see it. You can see it, right? You can see it. And I just spared you guys. It didn't put all the testimonials on there because I got the information and I refuse to keep it to myself. I'm not a gatekeeper. If there's one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to withhold information. I'm not going to withhold what I know. When someone says, oh, where'd you get this? Where'd you get that? Oh, look, I got it from this store. I got it from this Instagram. I got it from Amazon. I have a whole little section on my Instagram about stuff that I bought from Amazon that I've absolutely loved, why I got it, what it did for, why? Because I don't like to keep information. I know that information changes seasons. Come on, if you following me, please put that in the chat. Information changes seasons. The season of your life that you find yourself in right now is absolutely 100% congruent with the information that you have and the information that you are applying. Information changes seasons, right? So here's the deal. It is your turn. Let me tell you what you don't need. You don't need to be an expert. You don't need to be good at math or numbers. You don't have to come from a wealthy household. You don't have to be a man. Hello? You don't have to be a man. You could be who you are, where you come from, your story, all of that. Just be that person. Okay? Someone wrote a great comment. I want to read it. The private sector has so many more opportunities for financial advancements. Public sector folks are locked in and don't get increased opportunities with our positions. So you better build your own door. You better say it. That is absolutely correct. You have to build your own door. And that's what we're talking about today. Yes, information changes seasons. It's just a little bit of information. It's just some information that you're missing that you don't have yet. But once you get your hands on that information, it's up. It is up. One thing my dad used to always tell us, it's not anything that you get outside of you, anybody can take it away. It can go away at any time. Get it, enjoy it, don't focus on it. But what you put inside of you, what is in here, nobody can ever take it away from you. So if you don't use it, it's on you. Come on, it's your turn. You don't need any of those other things that I just listed, but you do need a game plan. You do need to know some certain information. So let me drop the information. This next slide, if I'm not mistaken, is screenshot worthy. Prepare yourself. Okay, not this one, the next one. Imagine if you were generating $10,000 per month. What would it do for you? What would it do for your family? What would it do for your business? How would that change the quality of your life? And here's the thing, the middle class take-home pay is on average $4,300. And I think this is pre-2024 inflation. How would life change if your take-home pay was $10,000 instead of $4,300? How would it change? And I really want you to consider that. I really want you to think about that because that's a major change. All right. This is the screenshot worthy. Go ahead and take a screen. Matter of fact, the next couple slides are all screenshot worthy because we're about to get into some stuff. Today, in day 1 of the Good Success Challenge. Day 1 is all about limiting beliefs. And here is the thing. Most times it's not the exterior, the stuff that's outside of you that's preventing you or stopping you. It's what's inside of you. It's your belief system. Woo, come on. You got to visualize it. It's your belief system. Your belief system. What's on the inside is what's hindering what you're seeing on the outside. If you want to change your outside, you got to change your inside. And how you change your inside is by the stories that you tell yourself. And I'm going to go through 5 stories. This is going to literally attack, demolish, obliterate, remove, uproot some of the negative beliefs, the limiting beliefs that are stopping your money flow and your ability to elevate, elevate, elevate. That's why I played the song Elevate when we first got started. Elevate. It's time to celebrate. Don't worry, I'll play it for you before we end, okay? All right. Number 1, your money story. Number 2, your emotion story. Number 3, your self-worth story. Number 4, your imposter story. Number 5, your fear of success story. And why do I say story? Because these are the conversations that we have within ourselves, in our minds, that we don't even realize. And a lot of times, because they're thoughts and you can't see a thought, and a thought goes like that, we don't realize what's actually happening. But when you take a look at the stories that you tell yourself, literally the conversation that you're having within yourself, especially in regards to money, you're going to see some things break. All right. So we about to see some walls of Jericho break on tonight. Let's get into it. Number 1, your money story. And I have here in the purple, your beliefs that you have adopted, you've picked up, you've learned, that have wrapped itself around money, have wrapped itself around the concept and the construct of money for you, right? This is a story that you tell yourself about money is what you will experience when it comes to money. Oftentimes, if you want to see it or you want to hear it, all you have to do is listen to the words that you say. And a lot of times we don't listen to ourselves. We just talk, but we don't listen to ourselves. We want everybody else to be a listener and listen to you when you're talking, but you don't even listen to yourself. Because if you listen to yourself, you would hear what you say. You would hear the story you tell. Money is hard to come by. You have to work hard for it. It doesn't just grow on trees. Everybody ain't banking like that. Everybody ain't got it like that. That's too big. That's too lofty of an idea. That's too big of a dream. Let me bring it down to what's more comfortable for me. I can't afford it, or we can't afford that. Put it back. Don't talk about that. Or, oh, let's leave it alone, or whatever. Just next topic, because you feel like you can't afford it. If I had money, I wouldn't spend it on that. I wouldn't. I would do this. I'm spending other people's money. That's a money story. You're telling yourself, you're having dialogue with yourself that is contrary to what you actually want to see. Maybe in reality, the truth is you can't afford it. Okay. But you can use your words, and you speak your words to say, I didn't plan for it. So put it back. I'm going to plan for that first. Mr. Budget said we're not doing that yet. Who is Mr. Budget? Somebody talk to me. Who is Mr. Budget? Mr. Budget is your budget. Ladies, we have to have budgets. We have to have budgets. We have to say, it's not on me. It's not on me. Mr. Budget said we have to plan for that. Mr. Budget said it's not time for that yet. Yeah, that key word, yet. Mr. Budget says money comes to me easily. Making money is easy, right? The money story, this is what's playing in your mind, and you have to pay attention, because if you don't pay attention, it will go burn through your hands speedily. I have 4 more to go. I can't even sit on this the way I want to. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Your emotion story. As we're talking about money right now, how do you feel? Are your arms tense? Are your shoulders tense? Your back tense? You squinting your face? You got your eyes clenched? Your hands fit? What are you doing? Your body is telling you right now how you feel about money. Just the conversation. And that's part of it too, right? Being in rooms, being with people, having conversations that there's not all this resistance with money, with wealth, with more, with success, with increase, with greater, right? The emotions that you feel are directly connected to the thoughts and the actions that you take and you don't take. So oftentimes when there's an opportunity for us to increase, we won't take it because the emotions that are connected to what we're thinking about are emotions that cause us to take actions that steer us away from the opportunity instead of towards the opportunity. A prime example is, you want to buy a house, but after C19, everything has just gone up and you don't know if you can afford it. And it's just like all this, and you're, feeling tight and you're anxious and you're worried and you're like, ooh, okay. Or you feel down and downtrodden, you feel overwhelmed and things of that nature, right? Those are all emotions. All those emotions are playing into what's coming to you and what's staying away from you. Let me tell you guys a secret. When it comes to money, when you don't need money is when money comes to you. It's so hilarious to me how I can literally be doing, I'm good. Money is coming in, business is good. I'm serving my clients, everything is working. I don't need for anything. I'm like, oh, let me get rid of these credit cards. Let me take care of this. Let me take care of that. And now all of a sudden, here comes the banks. Oh, well, we're looking to speak with Faith Abraham. We want to give you a loan. We want to give you this. We want to give you this credit card, and you'll get 60,000 extra points if you just do this. I didn't call y'all. Why are y'all calling me? I don't need y'all. When I needed y'all, y'all didn't show up. But now that I'm good, here you are. Why? Because there is no emotions. Oh, thank you. There's no emotions causing and allowing resistance so the money can flow. The money can come. When you're anxious, when you're overwhelmed, when you're worried, the money just stays away. But as soon as you say, you know what? I'm going to just let God handle it, whatever. You just do your thing, because I don't even know what else to do. Right? Then what happens? Here comes all the money. Here it comes. It just starts flowing. Your emotions. And I put 3 lines on here, okay? And I want you to identify how you currently feel about money. And it's okay. Be honest with yourself if it still is a little uncomfortable, if it still kind of, makes you twitch and you got to adjust yourself and all of that. That's okay, especially when the numbers change. It never stops, really, because you might be comfortable with talking about, $50,000, $500,000, $3 million to close on a deal. That might be okay, like you're good, but then go higher above your threshold. Go above your threshold. Guess what happens? Oh, okay, hold on. That might be too much. I might be doing too much. You're not doing too much. If you're doing too much, you're not doing enough, because God is bigger than what you think is too much. Let's continue. Number 3, your self-worth story. This is where a lot of times we get stuck. How we see ourselves, because a lot of times, let me read the purple. Most people connect their self-worth to how much money they have and how much money they don't have. And when it should actually be disconnected, right? It doesn't matter. If I have, honey, I'm worthy of all. If I don't have, I am worthy of all. As a matter of fact, if I don't have, No problem. Now I turn on my game mode, right? I lock in into game mode because now it's go time. I've had it before. I'm going to have it again. I'm not worried about where I am right now. I still got some bills to pay. I got some stuff, but I'm not worried about it. I'm in game mode. I did it before. I can do it again. He came through before. He's going to come through again. Let's go. What do I need to do? What's happening? Where are we going? How are we moving? Right? The self-worth story. But if you don't see yourself as an abundant person, a creation, you were, when the creator made you, when God made you, he made you from himself in his image and likeness. If God is abundant, then that means you are abundant. There's no questions. There's no questions, guys. This is who we are. We are abundant. He is creative. We are creative. Image and likeness, right? So that's who you are by default. That and oh my God. And that is the thing when it comes to self-worth. We are and have been told a lie that, oh, we have to work towards being abundant. We have to work towards being worthy. We are already worthy. That's default mode. That's by default. Like, you're playing the game. My son plays what is he, Fortnite and Roblox and all that stuff all the time, right? Even Mario Kart. You know, when you're playing those games and they say pick your player, right? You got to look at the players and you got to pick the player. You got to pick who you want to play with, because each player oh man, I'm telling you, I'm gonna do something on Mario Kart. Wait for it. Each player has specific gifts, has specific abilities, has specific benefits, but they also have weaknesses as well. But default is that they all have the opportunity to play in the game and get you where you want to go. Oh man. Now, it might be because I'm a boy mom and I keep looking at all these games and this is why I'm excited. But let me tell you something. Just go ahead and flash back to when you were a kid. The default mode players who you get when you first get started. As you keep playing the game and you keep going on, you keep getting these boosts. 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 You have to be okay with your own greatness. You have to know, if I have, I'm good. If I don't have, I'm good. I am worthy of all great things because the one who is greater created me. Great things are supposed to be in my life. Even if they're big, even if they're beyond my wildest dreams, even if my mom and them can't even understand it, it's not their job to understand. It's my job to understand, right? And when you start having a plan for the money, when you start having, we talk about this anyway. Let me just stay on track. Let me stay on track. When you start having a plan for what you want to do and where you're going, and oh, if somebody wants to give you $3 million, what's you gonna do with it? Oh, honey, let me tell you something. Let me get my phone real quick. I got a plan for you. I got a whole strategy. Bam, 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 bam. I already know. Don't tempt me with a good time. I'm ready. Don't tempt me, okay? And I'm worth that and so much more that you can't even see, because it's beyond this earthly realm. I'm not preaching. I'm not preaching. Number 4, the imposter story. The imposter story. Let's read the purple. Many feel like they are an imposter, or only certain people can have certain things. But this also ties into number 3. And this is what, when a lot of people say they're feeling imposter syndrome, where they feel like where they are or what it is that they're striving for, I know I want it. I know I had a dream, or I know I desire this or what have you, but it just feels, I don't know, and you just feel like you're an imposter. You feel like you don't deserve to be there. You don't deserve to have it. All of that is literally, don't worry about this part, because my stuff didn't save. But when you are dealing with that, an imposter story is basically the story you're telling yourself, and you're repeating to yourself that certain people deserve to be in certain places and others don't. That because of where you come from, because of what you've experienced, because of what happened to you, because of what you didn't have, you don't deserve to be there. You don't deserve to have that. You don't, etc., etc. This is a story that we tell ourselves a lot. And oftentimes it happens, especially when you have an experience and you have, so let's say you have an expectation, but the experience falls short of the expectation. So we start to rationalize it, which is what the brain is supposed to do. That means your brain is working. But we usually rationalize it in a way that discounts ourselves because we don't want to seem prideful, but it discounts ourselves instead of saying, well, maybe this wasn't the opportunity that I thought it was, and the next thing or the right thing is on the way. That a lot of time, having that thought process is very difficult for us to have because as humans, we need black and white. We need, oh, it didn't happen. It must not have been for me. They must not have liked me. It was because of this. Well, if I wasn't this way, then this wouldn't happen. If I wasn't that way, like we start doing all these things and it starts to program us. And then we start having experience after experience after experience after experience that reiterates the conclusion that we came to and makes that story true, even if it's not true. I hope you followed me. I hope you followed me, right? You have to recognize that you are already worthy. You by default, if you've never done any work on yourself, by default, you deserve. You deserve, okay? But these are part of the stories. The last one we're going to talk about today, because I have many. The fear of success story. Now, I see this a lot, especially with my clients, and especially with very ambitious and driven people, because we want a level of success where we're comfortable, but it's a level of success that doesn't allow or prevents us from being judged or prevents other people from saying too much about us, because every level requires a certain level of exposure. And so if you're not willing to be exposed or be seen to a certain degree, then there's a certain level of success that cannot come your way. Like if Moses said, well, I don't want to be up there holding my hands up for the sea to part. Can you just snap your fingers or something else and, let the people go? Yeah, we would have had a problem. Hello, Houston, we have a problem, right? There's a level of success in which you have to be seen. What will people say about me is a thought. What will the success demand of me? What will people demand of me because they think I'm a success? What will people expect from me when we go out to eat? Am I the one that always has to pay for dinner? I don't want to always pay for dinner. I want somebody to pay dinner for me, right? When we go travel somewhere, do I got to cover everybody's costs and everybody's ticket? How will everybody treat me? Do they really like me? Because I do want them to like me. Do they really like me, or do they just like my money? That's fear of success. And nothing has even happened yet. You're just anticipating this stuff. And you're already telling yourself, I don't want to do that. So guess what? You stay at a certain level, at a certain degree, where you don't have to be promoted. You don't have to be seen. You don't have to be visible. But let's say it all together. Boundaries, right? You got to set boundaries. And here is the other part that I noticed. The other part that I noticed is that a lot of times we don't want to, women especially, don't want to set boundaries because it requires us to be the bad guy. A lot of false stories. It's a lot of anticipate, which, is part of the definition of anxiety. But when you're anticipating something, before it even happens. Woo-hoo! Okay? So you're already shortchanging yourself before the opportunity can't come because you've already said, I don't want a certain degree of success. What did Biggie say? More money, more problems. And we used to sing that song. I don't know where you came from or what type of music you used to listen to. But if you know the song I'm talking about, that's what he used to say, more money, more problems. And I realized it's not necessarily more money, more problems versus more money, more responsibility. And if you're not willing to say okay to those responsibilities, because I am that girl, I am that guy, I am that one. This is the success I was born to have. And it comes with certain responsibilities. Cool. I'm going to grow into it. If you're not willing to have that conversation with yourself over and over again, because that's a story over and over again, then what happens is you shortchange and you short circuit your own success. And let me tell you, fear of success is really all about the fear of man and the fear of judgment. But let me just tell you the solution. Oh, no man, not a thing, but to love them. And you should always fear God, not man, because God is the one that helps you. And by the way, number 3, people are already judging you, child. You might as well be successful. I mean, if they're going to talk about you, you might as well be successful while they're talking about you. Okay. This is just my personal philosophy. If they're going to talk, give them something to talk about. Okay. Give them your latest post on how God did something for you and opened up the door and closed the deal and got you in the door and made things happen for you and put you on a pedestal and put you on the stage that you weren't even prepared for. Let them talk about you and judge you while you're being successful. This is my conclusion. Okay. So those are the 5 stories that we tell ourselves. These are the 5 stories that we tell ourselves most often. And this is what I personally see in all my years of doing what I've been doing. Right. But this is one of the things that we have to realize. We have to realize that we can write ourselves a new story. And what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and screenshot this. I want you to screenshot this because you're going to allow ChatGPT to help you. This is a little nugget that you can take home with you. Okay. It's a little nugget right here. Write yourself a new money story. If you can identify with any of those 5 or maybe all of those 5, no problem. But you got to be willing to rewrite the story, write a new money story. And when you're writing your story, you have to let go. Don't hold back. Write a new story for yourself that embodies the version of yourself that you know you're meant to become versus the version of yourself that you are right now. Think about the future version of you. What would the future version of me say? Would the future version of me make this decision? Would the future version of me just be laying up in the bed, hemming and hawing? Right? I guess that's real country, hemming and hawing, but hemming and hawing, okay? Not doing anything, right? Here's the prompt, and you're going to plug there's this part right here where I'm saying without holding back, write it out, what you want, right? Now in ChatGPT, you're going to put this in. You're going to say, I would like you to act as an expert in faith-based manifestation. Guys, don't get scary on me. Manifestation with God is what we're talking about here, not outside of him. If you do it with him, he got to maintain it. If you do it by yourself, you got to maintain it. Hey. And the power of spoken words, because we know there's power in our tongue. I'm going to give you a list of my dream life, and I want you to write a 5-minute story of the day that I can listen to and read every single day to help me bring these desires to pass in less than 90 days. Okay? Here is a list of some of my wildest dreams. And I wrote them as if they've already happened. Then you're going to plug in the list that you wrote into ChatGPT. And then this last line, please make sure to keep it in first person format. Use pronouns like I and me. Okay? Use pronouns like I'm. This is a ChatGPT prompt. Let me give you another nugget. I gave this nugget the other day, and at an event that I was speaking at, and they loved it. And I've been getting DMs that they've been using it, and things have been happening. I want you to download an app called Parrot. Download the Parrot app, and it's literally a parrot. Can y'all see that? That right there. Parrot app, okay? When you download that app, ChatGPT is going to give you the response. And that's whatever ChatGPT gives you, I want you to go ahead and record it on the Parrot app. This is mine, because I'm not going to sit here and ask you to do anything that I haven't done myself. I think you guys have figured that out about me already, right? This is mine. So I play this as I'm going to sleep. And why the Parrot app is, the Parrot app is going to keep playing it. Keep playing it. Keep playing it. Even as you sleep. Now, put it in the chat. Yes, the Parrot app. There you go. It's free. I know it's on iPhones. Android, I don't know. But I'm sure they have something. But the whole point is to have it loop over and over and over again. And as you sleep, as you go drift off to sleep, as you're waking up and you're going into a REM sleep, what's happening is you are speaking to you in your voice. And you are rewriting your story, not only on a piece of paper, not only in your phone, but you're also rewriting your story within yourself. Now, I know it's on Android. Good. Thank you for letting me know. Now, I know y'all didn't know y'all was going to get all that today. I know you didn't know, but I got you covered. I got you covered, okay? This is going to help you, but you have to do it. You have to take those steps. You have to be okay listening to your own voice. Something I know a lot of people struggle with. They're like, oh, I don't like listening to myself. You need to listen to yourself. You need to, thank you. You are reprogramming your brain. You are rewiring your brain. You are putting in, intentionally putting in a new story for your mind, for your brain to play for yourself. So if part of your dream life is I close $1 million deals and I have deals that have retired my mom, have taken us out of debt, you know, on all these cool things, and now I have multiple properties, when the opportunity comes to you to have those relationships, to make that type of income, to put yourself in the right position, there's less resistance, because the story that you've plugged into yourself because you did this activity is in agreement and alignment, synchronized and syncopated with what you already said about yourself, with what is already playing on the inside of you. Hello, somebody. She said, I knew, because you always hook us up with gems. I appreciate that. Yes, you already know. I'm going to come through. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come through. Right? This is how you reprogram your mind. This is how you renew your mind daily. Hello? Put them scriptures in there. Who's going to hurt? Nobody. It's going to make it come to pass faster. Right? Guys, this is the stuff that you do. These are the actions that you take to move yourself forward. These are the things that you do. Let me just share this one story, and then I'm going to keep going. I remember when my husband and we first got married, and one of the things that he used to do was like, he would be getting ready, and he would go into the mirror, and he would sit there and start talking to himself. Now, listen, I study psychology. I don't have no problem with you talking to yourself. It was a different story though when I see you looking at yourself in the mirror and you're talking to yourself. And he's talking to himself and he's saying, this body is healed. This body, I never get sick. I'm healed in the name of Jesus. I'm from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet. And I'm looking at him like, oh my God, who did I marry? What is this? Why is he talking to himself in the mirror? I had never seen it. It made sense. I get it, but I had never seen it. And he would just be touching his body. He would just be touching his body. I'm healed. I never have to go to the doctor. I'm strong. My body is strong. I never get, and legit, he would never get sick. He would never get sick. And when he was growing up, I hope he doesn't mind me telling his story, but when he was growing up, he was always sick though. And he was always going to the doctor. So he would be looking in the mirror. I never get sick. I'm healed. My body is strong. My muscles are strong. My immune system is built up from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet. I'm a money maker. I make change. I'm powerful. I'm this, I'm that. God is with me. God is not forsaking me. I'm this and that. And he would just be talking. He would just be talking. And I'm like, amen. Now, you would think if I saw that my husband is modeling something, that I would go and do that. How many of y'all think that I went and did it too? Just tell me in the chat yes or no. Tell me in the chat if you think that I started doing the same thing he was doing. And initially, when I first saw him, if I went ahead and started imitating him. If you think I started imitating him, just say yes in the chat. If you think I didn't, just say no. He would be in that mirror, he would be talking to himself, and he would just be saying all these powerful things. You show right? Wow. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, this is mixed. This is a mixed review. I'm going to be honest. Initially, when I saw him doing that, I did not. I was like, I'm not doing that. That takes too much. It don't take all that, was what I told myself. But the real problem was I didn't want to confront myself. Let me let the Wi-Fi catch up. Because I think where some of y'all at, the Wi-Fi is a little slow. Yeah. Do I do that now? You're daggone Skippy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. We handle business in the mirror, okay? I'm talking to myself. I'm speaking life to me. It was very foreign to me, number one. Number two, I could not face myself at that time. I did not have the self-worth. I told you I've done a lot of work. I've done a lot of work to get to where I am today. By the grace of God, I have done a lot of work. It's hard. It's hard. I did not like the sound of my voice for a long time. I was the person now, all the time, everybody's, we're doing selfies and all this and that. And I'll post a selfie pic and, get on Snapchat and use a little filters and all that cute stuff now. And I'll go live and I'll just be talking and laughing and kikiing with everybody now. But back then, it was hard for me to listen to my voice. It was hard for me to look at myself in the mirror and say, I'm not where I know I'm supposed to be. And feel like it's probably my fault. It's probably my fault. But it was just so hard. But I was like, well, as long as he does it and I'm married to him, we gonna be okay. I was like, we all right. But then what was speaking and talking to me on the inside would not let it go. And I had to just start doing it and doing it and doing it. Before all this selfie stuff, now remember, I'm an 80s baby. I'm like millennial Gen X. Like I'm like right there on the cusp, okay? I was never in front of the camera. I was always behind the camera. I had pictures of everybody else. Oh, remember when we were here show do and I got the pictures for it too. Here's your pictures. Here's your pictures. When I was in college, I was even developing. I knew how to develop the pictures film. You know, they don't, that's an ancient thing now. They don't do that anymore. But I used to develop the pictures, and it would be pictures of everybody else, not pictures of myself, because the story I was telling myself was, I don't like my voice. I wish my voice wasn't so deep. I wish it was this. I wish it was lighter. I wish it was that, la, 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 all the junk. But I did the work, and I had to get comfortable, and it took a long time, but we're here. So I'm just sharing that to tell you, and I'm just being transparent with you guys, just to let you know some of this stuff is not easy. I'm saying it like, you know, just do this, do. But you got to be okay with doing the work. You got to be okay with going through the process. So listen, yes, you got to be, you guys are going in the comment section. I love it. It is hard. I was open to doing the work, and I know you guys are open to doing the work too, because the call and what's on your life has to be stronger and more powerful than those inconveniences and those things that are uncomfortable, right? Yes, I'm not where I was supposed to be, and it's my fault. I have to take responsibility, because I'm the only person I can control. I can't control anything outside of me. I can only control me, right? All right, here we go. So I just gave you some help. We have 2 more days, okay? We're wrapping up here. But I want to offer you a little bit more help. You ready for it? Come on, if you're ready, just put ready in the chat. If you are ready, I want to give you, I'm gonna come through with the gems. Y'all already said in the chat, I'm gonna come through. I'm gonna give you the heat. Let's go. A little more help. Boom, here it is. Here is your help. Other than from the Lord. Well, from the Lord through me. There we go. Okay. Here it is. Women Success Circle. Yes. Ready. Been ready. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Women Success Circle. You guys, this is the #1 wealth building community for women. Okay. #1 wealth building community for women. In Women's Success Circle, this is our community. This is our environment. Remember, I was telling you guys earlier on about environments and being with people who are having those conversations about money. And it was just like regular. It was like everyday okie dokie type stuff. Like, okay, a $40,000 day, that's normal to you. You're okay with that. And then look, and they're showing me their phone, and it's a 40,000, and I'm like, I need to get on the good foot. This ain't got nothing to do with them. I need to get on it. I need to shake this up. It was environments. Being around the right people, being with other like-minded individuals. And this is what Women's Success Circle is. So it is our community where we will be together, and we will have, this is all the stuff that you get. You have bi-weekly coaching with Q&A sessions, right? So even after I share this with you guys, before we close, we're going to have Q&A, because I want to find out where you're at and if you're ready for day #2, because I got more for you. This is just day 1. I'm just getting started, okay? But we're going to have bi-weekly coaching, something similar to this, master classes where we really go through a lot of great things, discuss wealth building, give you access and conversations that are going to literally change the flow of your bank account, change the flow of your mind and your spirit. I'm big on that, right? You'll have access to the Epic Book Club. And the book club, it's not just like, oh, here's the book. We're going to have a book each month. We're going to read it and we'll go over it. Why? Because it's not just the information that we have that changes the season. It's the applied information that we have that changes the seasons. And we got to expose ourselves to conversations, to mindsets, to thought processes that are different than what we have been exposed to. So the book club allows for that. Success Vault. Y'all, I've been doing this for over 20 years. I got stuff. You hear me? I have programs on programs, courses on courses, and some things, and I really thank God for this. Like, I'll get it and it'll just be download, and I'll work on it. But then when I go to like, oh, let me present it. Oh, let me put it out there. I just feel like it's not the time. So I just tuck it in my computer and I just keep going with whatever it is I'm going with. All that's the vault has been unlocked. I'm bringing it all out. It's going to be right there in the vault, and you're going to have access to it 24/7. Of course, you're going to be networking with like-minded women, like-minded individuals, doing big things, making big things happen. And I'll be bringing in some of my friends too, like just guests who are doing, because I know a lot, but I don't know everything. And I know people who are doing big things in different arenas and different avenues that you'll want to be exposed to, just to know this is the type of stuff that's happening. This is what's going on out here, so that you can have access to it if you feel like, hey, that's right up my alley, right? You'll have exclusive discounts, invitation only. It says private events, but my face is right there. To private events. And this is a community. It's a membership for only $49 a month. That is Women's Success Circle. So you're talking about having events like these, also in-person events. I'm also looking into some travel, because like I said, I gotta hit up a new country. I gotta see this earth before I go. I gotta see this beautiful planet before I go. So we're working on that as well. So these are all the things. I mean, this is some good stuff. This is all the stuff you get. And to sit with me and be a client, some of you guys know I charge a quality penny, and you're getting this for only 49 bucks a month. That is absurd, okay? But wait, there's more. When you register tonight, the first 10 people, y'all see this right here? This is exclusive, limited time only Women Success Circle outerwear. So the first 10 people that register, myself and those 10 people, we're going to have this merch, and I'm never making it again. You will not see it. Only the first 11, the first seed people. And 11 is my favorite number because it's my birthday month. 11. So I'm already one. 10 more people. We're going to have this merch right here. It's going to be for us. You're going to let us know your size. My team, we're going to go ahead. We're going to make it happen and have it shipped right on over to you. And it will be exclusive. Exclusive. We're going to link up, and we're going to have our photos taken, and like we're going to do the whole thing. Like, it's a thing. You understand? This is a thing, a real thing, because we are going places. We are doing really mega outlandish, outrageous stuff. And so we got to show up on the scene ready to conquer and to take over like we are supposed to. And if you're not the 10, that's okay. I still got a lot for you. You have Success Circle Top 10 Book Club. You're going to have access to that. Those are my top 10, and you're going to be able to have access to them. The link is right here. She said, I'm excited. I want the link. I want the link. I want the link. It is right here up top. Women's Success Circle, bit.ly/Women's Success Circle. I'm going to put it in the chat for you. Let's see if I'm going to make sure it shows up. It says type your comment. Did y'all see it? Okay, let me do this. And then I think you can click on the green button and it'll take you right over there. Y'all let me know if you can see the green button. Y'all let me know in the chat if you can see the green button. But let me keep going and tell y'all what else we got. Some bonuses, okay? We got the one woman 6-figure business. This is how I was able to run my business. One woman, one show, one band, one sound, but still make 6 figures. One woman 6-figure business. You're going to get that. You're going to get stocks that pay cash. Remember, one of the testimonials that I had shared on the slides, they were reaching out to me about some stocks that I had shared, and she had made some big bank on that. Okay, so I'm sharing some more stocks that pay cash, i.e. dividends. There should be, let me tell y'all this too, there should be no brand, that you love and that you use on a regular basis that you don't have the stock to. If you really love it that much that you're spending money, they need to pay you back. How do they pay you back? They pay you back in dividends. All this Apple stuff that I have, if you don't think that Apple is paying me back for all the stuff that where's my iPad? The computer I'm using right now is Apple. Oh, look, here go a charger right here. And I only get Apple stuff. I go to the Apple store or I go to Target and then I make sure to get the Apple brand. Oh, my watch is Apple. Why? Because Apple pays me back because I have stock. This is key. Okay? If it's not paying me back, our relationship isn't as close as they think it is, right? And you're also going to get the wealth building ebook. These are direct links. These are exactly like before I came on tonight, I literally received an email in which I was able to pick up free stocks. Free stocks. Listen, I'm not playing. I am very, very serious about where we're going and what I am called to do and what needs to happen. This is not a throw the men overboard and let the women rule. No, we all have our God-given designated spots. I will never try and think that I can compete or measure up to or replace a man. Absolutely not. There's a reason why men are on the planet. There is a reason why women are on the planet. And with that, we have to know the pay gap has to close. It has to close because we are a rib. We are equal. It's not one or the other, right? Both. As we say in the South, both of them. Okay. Let's see. Hey, all right. Chris joined. Woo, woo, woo. Taya, woo, 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 woo. I love to see it. I love to see it. Y'all come on through. I love it. Who else is going to join us in women's? She said, I ain't waste no time. I am signed up. Come on, Renika. That's what, both of them. Okay. Both of them. We are not playing games. We are in this thing. We are making it happen. Men and women. We just got to have the ladies catch up. We are so intuitive. We are so there is so much to us. We are able to pick up on things that a lot of times men are not able to pick up on. And that's okay because women are very intuitive. We're able to sense what's happening, going on in the atmosphere. We pick up on patterns and things very quickly. And then we can say, hey, babe, did you see this? Did you notice this? Did you notice that? And then now what's happening is you got the mind of the men and you got the mind of the women and we're coming together. Honey, do you think that we can sit down? Do you think that it's just going to be fly by night and nothing? Absolutely not. You're talking about power, 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 power. Both of them. Blah, blah. Yes. Y'all got me excited. Now let me calm down. Yay, Nicole said she's in. Come on, come on, come on. I love it. And yes, you need community. Listen, we all need community. We all need community. And I do not believe, let me say it this way. In America, in the States, we are a very individualistic society, and it's very, very unfortunate. And I really, really realized this when I had my first child, and that was back in 2007. That the way you have children back home, for me back home is Nigeria, the way you have children is you have a child, baby, everybody is coming to your house, your mom, your mother-in-law, your sisters, there is a schedule. People are taking care of you. People are taking care of the baby. You want to breastfeed? Okay, here goes the baby. You done? Good. Give her here. And they're feeding the baby. They're changing the baby. They're feeding you. They are doing I don't even know what it's called, but basically when they start pushing your stomach in and wrapping you up and making sure you're taking your medicines and cooking and cleaning the house for you, like you have a mob of people in your house. That's how it is back home. Here, my mom did what she could. She came, and at the time too, she's beat breast cancer, but at that time she had the diagnosis, so she was doing what she could do, and she came through. She was doing what she could do for me, doing what she could do for the baby. My mother-in-law came when she was done. She went. Then my mother-in-law came through. Boom. So we did what we could do. My sisters came. Oh, okay, okay. So we did it as much as we could here. Whereas over there, you'll see people at the house for months, right? That's community. I'm not the best at this and that, but my sister in the community is. Let me call her up. Let me ask her, can she put it into the community, into the chat, and let us know what she's good at? Can she hook us up? Can we all swoop in so that we can all go up faster? If you want to be good, do it by yourself. But if you want to be great, do it with others. And that's what we're doing in Women's Success Circle. It takes a village. This is community mentality. This is how we win. I have so many stories. Let me save it because I told y'all about an hour. We going into an hour 30 minutes. But this is village. This is community. And we are going to rock the house together. Okay? We're going to rock the house. Yep, that's it. That's it. Come on. So you guys are seeing the offer. I'm really excited for each and every one of you. I'm actually going to jump into the community after this, okay? Just to say hi, so we can post some pictures and we can just say what's going on and all that good stuff. And then make sure too that you have access to and you're able to find everything, right? And then you got to be ready because tomorrow I'm bringing the heat, okay? I am bringing the heat. I got some more gems I'm going to drop on you. But please, 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 I'm begging you for this one, okay? I'm begging you for this one. Do the assignment. Let me show you the assignment. You guys remember the assignment? Which is the ChatGPT prompt, okay? Please do this tonight. Just see what, okay, she's at work. See you tomorrow. Absolutely. Right? Do the prompt tonight. Okay. All right. Let's wrap up. Let me go ahead and open up the chat. Y'all let me know what questions you have for me. I'll keep the offer up so that you can jump in. My assistant is going to start reaching out to some of you guys because it does ask for your email address. So she's going to reach out to you via email so that she can get your size for your merch. Okay. So that you can get your size for your outerwear, and then we'll confirm what exactly you're getting, and then the best size for you, and then where you want it shipped out to. So that's for the first 10. That's for the first 10. Right? So now we're going to have Q&A segment. The offer is still up, so you can click on the green link so that you can join me inside. Now, let me say this too. Totally forgot. But there's two options. You have a $49 per month option, and then you also have the $129 per month option. The $129 per month option also adds on personal coaching with me. So whether you want it to be about whatever you got going on personally, or you want to get into it with your business, we'll make it happen. So just know that there are two options, the $49 per month and then the $129 per month. And the $129, you get time with me one-on-one, just me and you. That usually costs, if somebody goes on my website, it's $249 an hour. So that's like slash the price, and you still get all the benefits of the Success Circle. Okay, so I just want to be clear on that. And then we're in the Q&A segment. Y'all let me know if y'all have any questions, or if you're already loaded up, you just like, let me go to the community and do my homework, and I gotta see you tomorrow because you just gonna blow my mind tonight. If that's how you are, that's okay too. Just let me know in the chat. So she had to go to work. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Chris said good night. Good night. Good night, good night, good night. But if you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to stay on for the next couple of minutes just so we can round off at exactly 90 minutes, an hour 30. But if you do have any questions, I will answer them for you. And then, yeah, you guys should still be seeing everything. Let's see. Okay, awesome. Yeah, you can just, yeah, you could chat here and just put your question in the chat. You could also make it, I think there's a way that you can make it private to admin only. I'm admin, I guess. So that'll be good. Speaking at a conference, awesome. That's okay. You can check the replay, but all the favor for you and your speaking engagement. Super excited for you for that. We're praying for you to knock it out the park. This was great. Yay! I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you guys enjoyed this. We're coming back tomorrow. I'm ready. I am ready. Okay, so it looks like you guys are good. Okay, if you don't have an established business, is this okay? Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter what level you are. It just come on in, because more than likely what you're needing is that community piece so that you can do some other things and some bigger things. And I am an advocate of business, but I also do realize that some people are better investors. Okay. And so you also need to know that there are investing opportunities out there. If you're not interested in entrepreneurship, that's okay. You know, I'm not going to shame anybody for that. You know, if you're more of a investor type person and you're on your career track, hey, work it out. We just want to make sure that you got your money working for you. I'm so ready to leave the workplace and start my own. I totally understand. I totally understand. And I do work with a lot of people who are at that place and have done it too and are currently working on it. You'll actually meet some people in the community that are doing that right now. So you're in the right place. You are definitely in the right place. Welcome to the Good Success Challenge. This is day 2, and we are I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to share with you. We're going to get into some really great stuff. The Good Success Challenge is all about women leveling up, being greater, doing the things that we need, tapping in to the resources that we need so that we can be great. And I'm going to share some of those things with you on tonight. Of course, I'm going to go through my slides now. If you were here last night, some of this is going to look familiar, but I don't want you to tune out. Tune in, because I have changed it because of what we're going to go over tonight. Okay, so welcome to everyone, and I have a big promise for you. My big promise is that you are going to get the exact steps to build, to grow, and to protect your wealth and become intrinsically, intrinsically comfortable with being the success you were born to be, being everything you are meant to be. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it. And here's what I want you to know. This webinar, everything I'm going to share tonight is for this type of woman right here, a driven woman who maybe you've already achieved the level of success, but you feel like financial freedom is still beyond your grasp. Maybe you've climbed the career ladder, you started a business, you made strides towards your goals, but managing your money and building lasting wealth still feels overwhelming. I'm going to insert this part here, another aspect too. You may be the type of woman who you've achieved certain things, but then you go through seasons where it kind of dries up or it goes down and you're like, what in the world just happened? And then it'll come back up, but it'll go back down, and you're wanting it to stay steady, and not only stay steady but increase, even if it's gradual. Okay, I'm gonna insert that woman in here too. You follow the advice, you did the hard work, but somehow when you look around, it feels like other people have it, other people have figured it out, but you haven't quite tapped into everything you want to tap into. I want you to know you're not by yourself. And most importantly, you don't have to stay there. You don't have to continue feeling that way. All right. If I told you, what if I told you, would you believe me? And I want you to put in the chat if you would believe me. If I told you that building real wealth on your own terms is not only possible, but it is absolutely 100% in reach. What if you could learn how to create financial success without having to compromise your values, not having to compromise your faith, not having to compromise your body? Hello, ladies. Hello. And not having to compromise the life you want to live. Would you be interested in that? Let me know in the chat. Just give me a yes or a maybe or no, right? And listen, it's absolutely possible, but there's a lot of people who don't know it. There's a lot of people who don't know it. And that's one of the things. I'm a clarion call, okay? Okay, you believe me? Okay, let's go. We're going to get into it. Now here, before I get into all of that, let me just tell you why you should listen to me, who I am and my background. I am a master life coach, a serial entrepreneur. I went from only earning $9.25. I had a degree. And when I was earning this, I was at the roller rink. That is the only job I could get. And when I got that job, let me tell you this. When I got that job because I went through an employment agency, and they're the ones that hooked me up with this job. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Lord, for humble beginnings. Okay. We started, glory. Let's get it. Okay. We in it. I went from earning $9.25 an hour to being the co-founder of a $30 million valuated SaaS company called Vonza. I did everything they told me to do. I followed the straight and narrow. I followed the path. Go to school, get good grades. Go to school, get good grades. When you get out, you're going to go ahead and you're going to get you a job. And once you get you a job, you get married, you have your kid. I did all of that. And they said I would be straight. And guess what? I was not straight. I couldn't find work. And my husband was I was sending out resumes. I told y'all, I even went to the agencies. Back then, I think it was Barrett Staffing, that was in Texas, and Apple One. I don't even know if they're still around. I don't even know. But that's where I was. And I could not find work. My husband was so tired of me just complaining, crying, upset. He said, babe, stop waiting for people to open the door for you. Open the door for yourself. Build a door for yourself. It was like, cha-ching, like it just registered. And that's exactly what I did. I started my counseling and coaching business. I wasn't charging a lot, but I started it and I was helping a lot of people. I got into six figures very quickly within a few months. And this was with juggling husband and kids and other businesses. And so now I teach that same thing. Now I'm already into this. So if you guys can see my slides, let me know in the chat. You can see the slides because I want you to follow along, and I have some stuff coming up that I really want you to screenshot and have that you can hold on to and refer back to later. Everybody seeing my slides? Everybody following me? Because I know I get to talking and I'll get into it. Okay, your beginning story sounds somewhat like mine. I'm ready to start my biz. Let's go. And you know what? Let me just, because I'll get going. But I love that. You see it. Okay, awesome. Great. So this is what's happened. This is all. His little head is just cut out there, but it's another picture of him in there somewhere. I've been able to live my dream life. Literally the stuff that I was dreaming of, the stuff that I was wanting, the stuff I was wishing for. Disney Channel. I grew up on Disney Channel. So Disney Channel told me to wish upon a star. FYI, it doesn't work. I'm going to show you what works in just a few seconds. Stay with me, okay? And I have a couple things at the end I'm going to share with you. So make sure you stay tuned. Tell the kids to leave you alone. I've been able to live my dream life. I've been able to live my dream life on purpose. Grace TEDx stage. I didn't even put this on here. I just thought about it. I've been featured in different magazines. Black Enterprise. Sorry, y'all. Yahoo Finance. I've been on the Word Network. I've done a lot of great things, and all of these things have come by virtue of being in purpose, saying yes to what God had in store for me versus just following the path that everyone else said was my path. I had to follow what God had for me. And when I did, the floodgates opened. Stuff got better. Stuff got bigger. I finally went on a cruise. I was so happy. We went with the kids, and we had a really, really great time. I'm talking about cruise life me for life. I'm enjoying it. Okay. We recently did our 20-year wedding anniversary, my husband and I, and we did it in Texas, even though we live in Georgia. Oh, I should have just done a destination wedding, but it was awesome nonetheless. Okay. And we had a great time. It was fantastic. I've been able to speak domestically, internationally, literally flown out to Spain. I've been able to enjoy Spain. I love Spain. It is so beautiful over there, just so that I can do what I do. And it's exactly what God had laid out for me. Right. And this is because, here's the thing. This is because, yes, thank you so much. This is because I literally said yes to the will of God. I said yes to God's version of success versus everybody else's version of success, right? So you're talking about, I get to wake up and spend time with my kids. I wake up when I want to. Hallelujah. Okay. Because that alarm clock life is not my forte. I'm a late person. I'm a late owl. Okay. Been able to build 6-figure businesses, Vonza, my coaching business, like just different, and help other people do that too. Like, so great. And this picture, okay, if you were here last night, I was talking about when we went to Nigeria in 2019. So even though I have a American accent, I am Nigerian, but I was born in the States, so I don't have an accent. But if you listen to my husband, he has an accent because he was born over there. So we went back in 2019. It was primarily a missions trip, and when we went there, we went to give to an orphanage. And the orphanage has so when you first go in, it's like an orphanage in the front. Then in the back is a hospital. So this woman here and her baby, this is baby Gracie. This was back in 2019, maybe a couple of months after we had left. But they were stuck in the hospital and they could not get out because her husband had not come back to pay the bill. Over there, it's not a credit or, we'll send you your bill in the mail. It ain't none of that, okay? They had to pay cash up front, right then and there. They didn't have it. We did. We paid it. So this is Gracie 2024. Okay. So 2019, this is 2024. No, was it either 24 or 23? I don't even remember the last time he went back to Nigeria, but here she is. And she's well taken care of because we adopted her. We was like, no, this is our baby now. You're going to have to share, honey. It is what it is. Like, that's our baby. So that's baby Gracie. So I told you I was going to bring the photos. So there's the photos. There she is. And she is just blossoming. She's doing well in school. She's just, we love her. We love her. We love her. So these are just some of the connections that I've made along the way. Been able to grace stages, been able to coach and counsel. I'm talking about meeting awesome and phenomenal people who have done well and soared in their own craft. And that is amazing, because one of the things that I love is I love to be with people and align myself with people who are doing great things because they've tapped into who they are meant to be. So that's what's happened. And this is some philanthropic work, because I told you I'm really big about it. Because to me, yes, listen, y'all, I know y'all, if y'all follow me on social, y'all see the hair, the lashes, the nails, the clothes, the trips. I'm all for it. 100%. I'll never say no. But I also am about serving. I am not here just to be served. I am here to serve. And I remember when I was the last time I went to Nigeria with my family, right? I was 14. And it was, it was it was a lot of stuff going on. It's still a lot of stuff going on now. But I remember I met someone who lived across from my uncle's flat, and we just stayed in contact. I don't even remember how we were able to stay in contact because no, we didn't stay in contact because I was 14. That was pre-Facebook. But when Facebook came on the scene, we found each other. So we connected on Facebook. But before, no, I'm missing something. Hold on. I don't know how we stayed in contact because I was in college and I was able to send him some money. It was like my last. It wasn't even anything major, not to me anyway, but he was like, "Oh, can you just send me something, whatever you can?" I said, "I'm gonna send it. I was embarrassed because I was like, I just wanted to send him 100 or something. I couldn't even send him 100. I was like, but this is what I got, and it's a lot to me. And he told me that money, and we fell out of contact, and then we connected back up on Facebook. That's how it was. And so he told me when we connected back on Facebook that money was the money he used so that he could apply to college. And the college he applied to was out of country. So he left Nigeria to go to, I don't even know what country it was. He left and he went over there. He got his schooling. He works. He's taking care of his mama and them back home, and he's doing what he's doing. I said, "You're telling me that little bitty money that wasn't anything to me was something for you?" Ugh. And I told this story the other day. I started crying, so and I'm not trying to cry, but my thing was being able to have enough, not just for myself and my family, but also having enough to do things for other people, some people who will never ever be able to give back to you. To me, that is success. That is wealth. That is being able to serve. 100%. That's just how I operate. So these pictures are the last time my husband went back to Nigeria. The Abraham Foundation, we opened up a library. So now we're filling up the library full of books. These are some of these boys, they were under an apprenticeship. And so we paid for them so that they could finish their apprenticeship, get out. We got them sewing machines so they could start sewing and making money for themselves and their families. Then these are some of the kids who are in the schools that we contribute to. It's a lot of stuff, guys, but this is what I'm talking about. So when I say success, please know I'm talking about good success, God kind of success. I'm not talking about the success that we seeing out here, especially now on social media. If you know, you know. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the God kind of success, right? Where you sow seeds and those seeds come back to you, not even from the people that you sow seeds to. It comes back to you because God is giving it back to you because you sowed it. That's what I'm talking about. That type of freedom, that type of ability, that type of living of life. Because anyway, let's keep going. Today, because I'll stay on there and start preaching, I'm going to show you how to turn what you have in your hand right now, what's in your hand, okay? How to turn that into financial freedom, wealth, and abundance that you already know is waiting for you. You've had dreams, you have seen it, people have said it to you, you've experienced it, and you know that there is more waiting for you. We're going to talk about it today, but I want to tell you what the truth about all of this is. Most women, because this is mostly for women, okay? I really fashioned myself and I'm graced for women. Men do come in and I love my men. I appreciate my men, but ladies, we need to talk, because most women don't struggle because they're not hardworking. Most women don't struggle because they're smart. Most women don't struggle because, they just don't feel like doing anything and they want to put their feet up and be sipping on mimosas all the time. No, we like it. We'll enjoy it. But no, most women struggle because they haven't been taught strategies and systems that wealthy people use. Because if you know, in the US, at least in the United States, because I got some people from other places that watch this too. In the United States, it was only 50 short years ago that women could not open up a bank account without having their father, their husband, or their brother vouch for them. Couldn't even open a bank account, let alone get a loan, let alone buy some property. You would see stories of fathers and brothers and husbands buying the property and then turning the property over into her name if they deemed her worthy. I come from a place where it was really a couple of decades ago where the society felt like it was okay to send your daughters to school, because why would you send your daughter to school when she's going to go get married and she no longer can give back to you what you paid for her to go to school? So in other words, you were a loss. Once you get married, you no longer belong to the family. You can no longer contribute. You don't even carry the family name. So what's the point of educating you? I'm just telling y'all, this is the thinking. This is the thinking. And guess what? In this here 2024, some men over there still think like that. Which makes sense why women are not included in conversations that pertain to wealth as much as men are. Society teaches women to be consumers versus producers. Literally, so our society tells us that. There are, and I had my post taken down recently in 2024, guys. I wish I didn't know it's going to be taken down. I would have screenshotted it. I literally posted a post and I said, there are, because it's true, whole industries built up on the insecurities of women. Hello? They are literally playing in our face and showing us and capitalizing off of our insecurities. You know what the biggest one is right now? And guess what? It's okay. Don't feel no shame if you've fallen prey to it. Now they got us feeling bad for hyperpigmentation under our arms. Go on TikTok and you will see on TikTok, they have, here is the 5-step process for making your arms all be the same color. Hello. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Now you got to buy this product, that product, tone it, kojic acid, all these products. So your underarms will be the same color as so are you walking around doing like this all the time? Who cares? What color your armpits are? Maybe your doctor or your practitioner, so that they can make sure your lymphatic drainage is happening and you don't have hives and histamine rashes and things of that nature, right? No, there's some people who do care, but they are capitalizing off of our insecurities. Oh, well, my butt doesn't move like her butt, so let me go and do one of the most expensive and highest death toll rated surgeries there is. Bless their little heart. I'm telling you, just go on social media. You'll see it. That is exactly what they're pushing. Now, what are we talking about? I remember I ran track and field, and you had to choose between the little shorts to run in, and it's not even shorts. It was like little underwear that shows your bottom, right? Because of the aerodynamics, you want all your legs to be out, or you had to wear the long leggings. I wore the long leggings. I lived in Texas. It's blazing hot, and I still wore leggings. Why? Because I was insecure about the hyperpigmentation under my butt cheeks. We're grown. Let's talk about it. I don't care if men are in here. Let's talk about it, because they have insecurities too, right? I would wear the leggings instead of the shorts because I was probably teased. I don't even remember now, but I didn't want that hyperpigmentation showing. And now I see that which is normal, 100% normal. And now they got us worried about the color of our armpit. and the size of this and the size of that. And like, no wonder we are consumers. If you really want to know, go look at the statistics. Statistics show that women are the ones that make the purchasing. We have the highest purchasing power, and we are the ones that say yes, no, maybe so. That's us. That's women. And we're the ones that literally form and come on, Gen Z is in the house. They said clock it. Okay? They literally, we literally are the ones that mold and shape and cause companies to put curvature in their cars. Y'all don't notice every year they come out with a new car? Oh, I'm just going to point out a couple of things to you so you see your power. I want you to see how much power you have in this world. I want you to see how much authority you have in this world. It's women who make them change. Car dealerships and car manufacturers change the shape of the car to have curves. Why? Because everybody loves curves. And where do you see curves the most? In women. Where are they appreciated the most? In women. All you got to do is Google it. I promise you I ain't making none of it up. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. How the grill looks, the beautification of cars, the beautification of houses, the trends in houses. Now the trendy color is gray walls, but a few years ago it was white. White. Fashion statements. All that's who? It's women, y'all. It's women. And even though we have this much influence when it comes to money and consumerism and what these big corporations put out, we don't even know the strategies and the systems that allow us to build the same wealth that we're creating and that we have so much authority over. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I don't even know if I'm talking about this today. Maybe I'll talk about it a little bit later. But that's why any brand that I find myself purchasing a lot of, you better believe I have stock. Apple 1, Apple 2, this laptop, Apple 3. My iPad's not here. 4, what do all my kids have? Apple. You better believe I have Apple stock. Why? Because Apple pays dividends. Write this down. Write this down. Any brand that you spend that much money on, you are a consistent buyer, you are loyal to that brand, you better be loyal to the point of them paying you back when you go to buy that brand. And you do that through your stocks. I just gave you a little nugget. Don't never say I never said nothing. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going because I'll have us on here all night and I'm trying to get us in and out. Okay, try to get it out. Okay, the information is out there, but it is scattered. It is confusing. It does not usually consider our unique circumstances, especially as a woman of faith, a woman of color, a woman with kids, a woman with dependents. And that doesn't always end up being kids. That could also be our parents. Hello? And someone who just has a drive and a natural ambition to create lasting impact. When I started to learn, even just now, I just dropped something. I can't even hold my tongue. I can't even not say anything. When I learned this stuff and I started making significant changes to the way I operate and I function, not only in this earthly realm, but also in the spirit realm. Then I started taking that information and I gave it away, especially to my clients and the people that work with me. Here are just a few testimonials. This is one of my favorites right here because I had to text her first and say, correct me if I'm wrong. Let me know if I'm crystal on what has happened, just because, and I'm really big about telling people, just show up, just put something out there. It doesn't have to go viral. Just put it out there. Let people see you. Let people hear you. So I said, just because you showed up Someone found you on Instagram, and then she says, yep, she's made $20,000 in side money for the past 2 years. So if you divide that up, that's $10,000 extra, which has allowed her to pay off her car, to let's see. Oh, pay off her car, pay off her credit cards, take care of debt, bring all that down, just for showing up. Because you can't get anything, you can't change your situation if you don't show up, right? This was one of my clients. We had had a session together, maybe a 60-minute session. We did some work on her offer. We turned the offer into a $5,000 offer, and she said, oh my God, I just got my first $5,000 client, and she paid in full. In full. Because she had some money stuff that she was dealing with. So we worked through that. And that's exactly what happened. She changed it. And I think this wasn't even a week later. That's what happened. That's what happened and came through for her. Oh, this one was funny. I think this was from Instagram. But when I had my other membership, I had to let it go because I got sick, but I'm back. Okay. And she said I had put them up on some stocks. She bought the stocks and she was able to make bank on it. Hello. Because if I would get some good news, the first place I'm going to come to is my community. Listen, I want us all to win. Because how am I going to be on the beach enjoying a beachfront property by myself? For what? Ain't no fun if the friends can't have none. Man, please. What's this one? Mindset shifts. Okay, I love this one. This one did my heart good. She said, yep, that's what I need is more depth plus mindset shifts. I told myself that if in one session with you can result in $3,000 clients, imagine what the whole program will do. So she came in for the program just to work with me, right? We worked together just in one session, $3,000 client. $3,000 client. She didn't have that before. And she didn't even finish the program. She had just got started. She just got started. So those are some clients. These are some individuals too who've gone through my certification program. I have videos and stuff, but it would just take too long to talk about it. But here's what I know. If we can do it for them, we can do it for you. It's your time. It's your turn. I'm going to tell you a couple things that you don't need. Number one, you don't need to be an expert. Number two, you don't need to be good at math or numbers. Oh, I'm not good at math. I'm not good at money. Honey, everybody gets good at math when it comes to money. Okay? Hello. You don't need to have come from a wealthy household. And if you have, congratulations to you. That's fantastic. But you don't need it to win. You don't need it to be a success. And you don't need to be a man. You could be a woman in your whole woman self. Okay? It's your time. It's your turn. You need an action plan. You need a game plan to get you from wanting to help others to actually helping others, wanting to help yourself to actually helping yourself. And I'm about to give it to you. Okay? Hello. But here's what I want you to do. Just like my client, I showed you the testimonial. She had an extra $10,000. If you were generating an extra $10,000 per month, what would that do for you? What would that do for your family? What would that do for your business? Those are general questions. Let me ask this. What would it do for your quality of life? Would you eat better? Would you take care of yourself better? Come on, ladies, because we're real good at putting everybody before ourselves. Would you finally take that trip? Matter of fact, don't even worry about a trip. Would you finally go get a massage? Would you finally pay off that debt that gives you anxiety and have you waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning every night? Yes, sometimes it's God waking you up, but sometimes it's the anxiety waking you up, okay? I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. Many things. I know, right? I know some charities that I'm like, just give me a second. I'm coming. Right? And one of those charities is myself. But I have other charities as well, okay, that are outside of myself. if you didn't know this, let me show you something. The middle class, which, by the way, they are trying to erase it in the US. Yes, they are trying to erase the middle class. But the middle class take-home pay is an average of $4,300. What if your take-home pay was $10,000? That just boggles the mind right there. You could go to sleep, just crack your journal out. Okay, crack out your diary. Instead of writing what happened to you today, write in your journal, I had a take-home pay of $10,000 and this is what I spent it on. Fall asleep on that and tell me the dream that you have tomorrow. That's a journal prompt. I got an extra $10,000. A check came in the mail. A check got deposited in my account for $10,000. This is what I did with it. Write it down. Let that be your journal prompt before you go to sleep tonight. Tell me the dreams you have. Tell me the dreams you have. Okay. Okay. And here's the thing. I know people. I sit in rooms. Literally, y'all. I sit in rooms. And they show me they are bringing in more than an extra $10,000 in their household every month. It's more like 40, 50. Oh, I've had another 100K month. What? Did you say another 100K month? Oh, yeah. That's what we do. That's how it goes. Right. So I started saying to myself, yeah, that's what we do. That's how it goes. Just assured he's like he said it. That's how we do. That's how it goes. 100K month, easily and effortlessly. Hello. Take a screenshot of this. This is how we're going to get to that. 10K above, 50K plus, 100K plus. 800,000 so that you can get that property and that property start paying you. You start living off of not the money that you make from the job. You go in there because you want to. You are living off of the money from your rental property. Right? Come on, somebody. Let's go. Let's go. So this is the chart. And you got to screenshot this because I'm going to break this down for you real quick, okay? And I have a slide for each one of these. But if you understand this value system, at the bottom you have your values and beliefs. Notice how big it is because it's really your core. It's really the essence of who we are. Whatever values and beliefs that you have, good or bad, positive, negative, you're aware of them or you're not, it's going to show up through your, y'all going off in the comments. I'm here for it. Yes, all of that. It's going to show up in your thoughts. The thoughts that you think, as quickly as they come and go, are going to facilitate emotions within you. Those emotions go directly into your decision making, and it happens fast. And the decisions that you make is going to determine the actions you take. And the actions that you take over and over and over and over again is going to give you the results of your life. So if you don't like your results, then you need to come right over here into your values and your beliefs, whether you acknowledge them or not, whether you realize they're there or not. And this is what you're really dealing with. The core of who you are, your subconscious thought processes. Because this is invisible, but your results are very, very visible. Very, very visible. And if you think about it, right, very eye-opening. If you think about it, you can see and just step outside of yourself and just look at yourself in certain situations. When you go shopping, when you're buying groceries, when an unexpected bill comes up, when a opportunity to make more money comes up, when just different things happen. Just look at the process, look at the flow, and you're going to see how you go through these steps. Just right. Let's break it down, each one. Values and beliefs. The next couple slides, just go ahead and screenshot it. And I'm gonna go. Oh Lord. Okay, I'm gonna go fast because I told you I didn't want to. I didn't want to keep you guys. Okay, but I'm ready for you. I got something for you at the end, so stay tuned and stay with me. Value and beliefs. This is the core of who you are, like I said. But here's the kicker. When pressure shows up, when stress shows up, when situations come up, this is who you really are. This is not what you mentally ascend to. This is who you really are. This is what you really feel. So when people say stuff, oh, well, if it was me, I wouldn't have responded like that. I wouldn't have done it like that. I would have done something else. Baby, you don't know what you would have done. Tell you the truth, you don't know if you would have filed bankruptcy, or if you would have went and found an investor, or if you would have went and tried to find a loan, or if you wouldn't have sold your house. You don't know what you would have done. Because a lot of times we don't really know the type of values and beliefs that we have. Do you guys see how this kind of builds off of what we were talking about yesterday, and the stories that we tell ourselves and the conversations that we have with ourselves that make up who we are? This is why lottery winners end up going broke within 3 to 5 years. They usually end up in a worse financial situation than they were before they got the money. That's bad. Folks be down bad. You heard of it, right? No? Okay. Let me tell you. Lottery winners usually go broke 3 to 5 years after they win that money. Why? Because I'm telling you why. Their actual beliefs and values about money show up. It shows up. They, most oftentimes, they're not prepared for having a lot of money at their fingertips. They don't have financial understanding or concept of delayed gratification, which a lot of people miss when it comes to building wealth. They don't understand how to make the money work for them versus them having to work for it. And now they have this windfall of cash, and it's almost like logic goes out the window because there's no information to lead them or guide them. And remember, last night we said the information, especially applied information, changes the seasons of your life. Applied information changes the seasons of your life. So whatever's going on the inside of you, whatever's actually rooted on the inside, is going to determine what is happening on the outside. So if you're like, okay, I've been doing good, I've been making a lot of money moves, things have been going up for me, but I don't know why it's not getting higher. More than likely it's because your financial thermostat is where you're at. You are inwardly. Now, maybe mentally you say, yes, I'm a millionaire, I'm this, I'm that. But in your heart of hearts, in your subconscious, you actually don't feel safe with having hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, having things in your name, having a net worth that is probably bigger than your entire family put together. Am I talking too fast? Talk to me now. They said we got a hurricane coming in Georgia, so I rebuke the Wi-Fi going out, but I'm not silly. Right? Whatever your value systems are, whatever your belief systems are, that's what's going to come out. And we talked about last night how you can reprogram that and what you need to do to change your money story. So if you didn't watch the thing from last night, you got to watch the replay. Get on the replay. Okay. Next, your values and your beliefs are going to determine the thoughts that come out. So you got to kind of see it like, if this is your, hold on. I love to show off my brain when I get the chance. Okay, this is your brain, a brain. So if this is, and we're gonna let this be the values and beliefs down here, underneath here. So where my arm is, like your subconscious is underneath, right? That's your values and beliefs. That's the stuff that you learned, you picked up when you were growing up. I remember a lady on TikTok, she was sharing a story of how when she had started working, and she came from a, they didn't have a lot of money growing up. And she came from a place where she had to just go work at a young age. She finally made enough money, so she went and she got herself a leather jacket. Her thought process was, the area that she lived was cold. Leather is a long-lasting quality good, so it did have a higher price tag. She bought that jacket, and her mother saw the jacket and said, wow, this is really nice. How much did it cost? She told her how much the jacket cost, and her mom cussed her out and said, why in the world would you spend that much money on a stupid jacket? And what that meant to her, and she of course she was younger. Now hindsight being 2020, she realized that her mom wasn't trying to be mean, but her mom did impress upon her that she didn't deserve nice things, that she could, that working for something, to have something for yourself or that has longevity, wasn't the way to go. You just get what you need. So she was very buy on a need basis, on a need basis, on a need basis. And she never got to a place until she realized what her values and her beliefs were, determined the thoughts that she would think about money. When she started working on that core, that's when the thoughts that she thought were started to change. And she started to get a different result. So different that it was different from how her mom thought and how her mom thinks. So that caused contention within her relationship. And can I say this? For some of y'all, you keep the values and the beliefs that you have that are frustrating you because you want to be agreeable and you want to be okay with the relationships that you have in your life. But can I tell you that sometimes success requires you to let go of some of those relationships so that you can be what you're meant to be and not who they are comfortable with you being? Okay. So thought, values, and beliefs, right? Then your thoughts. Okay. All right. Okay. Sometimes you gotta let it go. And you literally transform and become a different version of yourself before their very eyes. And then it's up to them whether they want to receive you or not. That's on them, but you already received it. Okay. So then it determines your thoughts. And remember, not all thoughts that you think are yours. Some of the thoughts that you think don't belong to you. Some of the thoughts that you think are thoughts and opinions of other people. You can either accept them, you can reject them, or you could be neutral with them. And when you're neutral with the thought, you're basically accepting the thought. That's why I say cast down vain imaginations, those thoughts that exalt themselves against the will of God. And if the will of God is for you to be like him in all the abundance, all of the success, all of the dominion, power, and authority that you are supposed to walk in, then why do we not cast down thoughts and imaginations that contend against that? That's that resistance I was talking about last night. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. So you have thoughts. What kind of thoughts do you think when it comes to success, to wealth, to riches, to money, to abundance? Ladies, we are taught to compete with one another. See, listen, hold on. I gotta go because I'm carrying the little display, and I gotta go. But I'm gonna say this. Ladies, we are taught by society to compete with one another. And We're taught that by, especially when it comes to men, oh, I have to look a certain way, I have to be a certain way, I have to talk a certain way, I got to do certain things so that I will be deemed attractive or I will be acceptable to these men, to these people. That's why certain thoughts that we think when I'm gonna just put it like this. When I'm in a friend group, I'm in a community, and I see that somebody in my community, in my group, is getting blessed, I had to train myself, but I do it now, but I had to train myself to not be upset or to be jealous, but rather to say, look at God blessing her. Well, we in the same neighborhood, so my blessing is down the street. It's around the corner, it's around the way. So if he's blessing you, then my turn is next. So I'm going to rejoice with you. I'm going to rejoice with you. And as I rejoice with you, I already know that mine is coming. Do you know that you being successful doesn't stop anybody else from being successful? You can be successful. You can be successful. You can look at the chat going through. Come on. You can be successful. You can be successful. You can be successful. I can be successful. And guess what? There's plenty of room. There's no competition. You be successful in your way. I'm successful in my way. You success in your way. Use how whatever God put in your hand, he's done. Use that to bless you. Use that to bless you. Use me to bless. We're all winning. But that's not how society has painted the picture for us. So we have to look at and pay attention to our thoughts and realize that some of this stuff is not even real. I picked it up from a Disney Channel movie. I picked it up from two women who didn't know their worth and found themselves fighting over a man. I don't want that for myself. I want something else. You literally have to do the work, uproot, pluck down, destroy, then plant. Okay, let's keep going. But these are the thoughts, right? We have these thoughts. Then those thoughts trigger emotions, and we start feeling a certain way. We start feeling like I have so many stories to tell. So let's say, for example, we want to scale our business, right? And so we say, you know what? I want to make $20,000 in this business every single month. But if our belief system is rooted in women should leave the money to the men, all you need to know how to do is cook and be pretty. If that's where your belief system is, then guess what? Your thoughts are going to sabotage you and tell you that's not for us. Mentally, you'll be like, yeah, that's what I want. That's what I'm looking forward to. I can work with that. That'll maintain my lifestyle. That'll do this. That'll do that. Yeah. But in your values, in your beliefs, your values and your beliefs don't align. So now you got resistance. And now your emotions are telling you that's not for us. And you're scared out of your mind to even make $15,000 a month, let alone 20. And then it just keeps going right on up the chart. So if you're so nervous unto you fight, flight, or freeze, a lot of us, we freeze. A lot of us, we start fighting ourselves. A lot of us will allow other things, outside things, to now catch our attention. So then we say, oh, well, the reason why I wasn't working on that was because, and then my family, and then, and then all this stuff started happening. No, the real reason, the truth is your belief system does not have the capacity for what it is that you're trying to do. And so your thoughts sabotage you before you even get a chance to think about it. Then your emotions are causing you to be all kinds of ways, and you're locked up. And now here we go. Your decisions, you're making decisions, and half the time you don't even realize you've made a decision yet. It happens so quickly. It happens so quickly that your actions, oh, well, let me go. Oh, now you keep getting pulled everywhere. Everything is everything. So what happens now? You keep making these little purchases. Oh, let me just get this real quick. Oh, that didn't cost me nothing. Let me get that. Oh, let me just buy that real quick. Now, when it comes to the big purchase that's actually going to do something for you, move the needle on your life, you don't have it because you've been spending money all over here, little. You don't have Mr. Budget or Mrs. Budget. Okay? You have no vision. You ain't even write the vision down and make it plain where you're going and what you want to do. How are you going to sit here and tell me that you want to get a laundromat and you don't even know how much a laundromat costs? Where's the vision? How can money come to somebody who lacks a vision? When my guy got the vision, he wrote the vision and he made it plain. When he had the vision, guess what happened? All the resources for the vision started coming to him. He didn't go to it. It came to him. Oh, that's doing too much. Oh, if it's meant to be, it's gonna happen. If it's meant to, that's a belief. That's a value system. It's wrong. That value system is set up so that way you don't feel the emotion of being disappointed. You're trying to preserve yourself. You're not trying to do what you actually want. You're trying to preserve yourself. You don't want to feel the pain of failure. You don't want to feel the pain of looking like you didn't win. Or what they say, you got to take an L before you take a W. You know, the kids would be like, L, take that L. And then, oh, big dub, big W, big W, big T. Where the Gen Z people at? Right? Something has to be small before it's big. But we don't want to be teased. We don't want the judgment. We don't want the opinion of others. We don't want what comes with working through those emotions and processing it. So we start taking actions that give us the actual results that we want. You know you're the generational curse breaker. You know you are. You know you're supposed to have stuff to your name. And if you're so worried about it, stack your money up and let's get a trust. I'm going to put that in the, matter of fact, let me write that down so I don't forget. I'm going to put the process of getting a trust. Because you need to know. Then can't nobody find you. What car you drive? They can't find you. They can't get it. What's your business? They can't get it. You got to trust. You put your stuff in a trust. You buy stuff through your trust. You have your inheritance through the trust. When we went through the trust process, they blew my mind over there talking about, okay, so if something were to happen to you, who's the beneficiary? Duh, my kids. Okay, great. Now, after your kids, who's going to take it? My kids. Okay, great. Now, after them, who's going to take it? Ma'am, are you being facetious? I'm being very serious, and that is required in order for us to do this process. Oh. Wow, excuse me. And we're looking at each other like, our kids, who else would we want to get? Who else would we want to hand it over to? Now you're having these conversations. Now this is shaking up foul ground. This is doing a whole inner work, right? You're the curse breaker. But curse breaker, you have stuff that you have to do. Your capacity has to increase and expand so that the results that you get line up with who you are born to become. And I'm telling you right now, if it's not happening or if you're experiencing a lot of frustration, then it's right here. I'm telling you, it's your values and it's your beliefs. And if that's pretty secure and you see it in certain places and it's still not coming, then it's just the timing. It's just timing. If God's timing is best, it's just the timing. You rather be prepared and ready than trying to get ready and get prepared. My boy Andy Mineo said, stay ready so you ain't got to get ready already. Okay, let's keep going. But that's it. That's the chart. So if you've snapshotted each and every one of these, you'll see it. You'll follow the process. You can actually have, if you have people in your life who will tell you the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, they can let you know and tell you, this is your pattern. This is what you do. You say you're going to do something, but this is what happens. You say you're going to do something and then something happens. You get a flat tire, a rock breaks the windshield wiper, the windshield of your car, the tree fell down in the storm. Things start happening, and it's because of this right here. And you allow it to slow you down instead of, oh, okay, no problem. Well, I'm going to deal with that, but I still got my mission. I still got my vision in front of me, and my vision has to come to pass. And I will tell you, here's the other part. We often try to do things by ourselves. In America, it's a very individual, and I think the United Kingdom is like this too, a very individualistic society that we live in. Whereas in the East, I need to go back through the slides. Okay, let me step back. It goes a little slow. Hold on. In the East, they do things. So this is the first one, okay? And then here's the breakdown. Values and beliefs. I'll leave it there and I'll just click on it as I'm sharing with you. In the East, that's not the mentality. It's very collective. It's very, everybody can build. Everybody can win. Now, granted, capitalism is a real thing and it's going to show itself. But if you look at my Desis, Indian people from Indian descent, honey, when they come over here, they got a game plan. They come over here, they will live in the same big, beautiful house because somebody came out here and did something and he went and bought a house. Then the cousin comes, of a friend from the same village comes. They all live in the same house. They take a storefront and they open up their shop, and usually they'll have their foods, right? Their cuisine and stuff like that. They'll have their restaurants. They all in the same house still. Then this one will go and get a gas station. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. This one will get a gas station. This one will have a restaurant. This one will have a store. This one will have a dealership. And then the next thing you know, the whole area is Desiland, little Desiland, whole area. In Houston, we got it in Houston. You got Nigerian areas, you got Vietnamese areas, you got Chinese areas. In certain areas of Houston, Texas, the street names is in English and in their language. You got the Koreans got their spots and they stack it up. They stack up their wealth. They cut through the bureaucracy. They cut through the red tape, right? And they make things happen. Then they'll move out of the house and go and get a house for themselves. Then they start bringing their mama and their wife, and that's how they do it. It's a whole strategy. It's listen. It's American mentality to do everything individually. Everything is me, my. I be by myself. Oh, I'm not telling you. Keeping everything locked up to your chest. Why? Why? Most times, if you can do something by yourself, you would have done it already. If you could do it by yourself, you would have done it already. But being in an individualistic society, that's all you got is you. If you want to be good, do it by yourself. Be good. But if you want to be great, you got to do it with other people. These people take over whole areas, because they're doing things as a collective. They're doing things. What's your strength? What's your strength? What you good at? What you good at? Okay. Everybody gets plugged in. It's time for us to do the same. We have to do it. We have too much power. We have too much authority. It's time for us to get on that collective and have that collective mindset and get things done. And I'm telling you, if you could do it by yourself, you would have done it already. You need a little bit of help. You need what if I taught you? Absolutely. Because you can't, this type of stuff is taught. A lot of people just can't catch it like that. But what if I told you you could be in an environment that resets your belief system? It resets your core. If you could be exposed to conversations that forced you to be more, like increasing your capacity and your greatness. If you could be around women who had similar boundaries like you, but they still do great things and network. Because having a vision requires you to set boundaries. You're not available for everything. You're not available for everybody, but you are available for the things that force you to be more. Okay? Here's what I have for you. This is it. This is the community. This is what I've created, knowing that we have to come together. We have to use our power as a collective and make great things happen. It's called Women Success Circle, the #1 wealth building community for women. The #1. This is a community. Okay. So we're talking about, you're good at real estate. You're good at purchasing land and properties and things like that. You're good at entrepreneurship. You're good at therapy. You're good at e-commerce, because that's a big one. Drop shipping. Now I realized through that show, I can't remember what the name of it is, that people are really making money buying stuff from the storage units. It was the show that showed me that. I was like, wait a minute, y'all about to make a grip off of people's stuff. What? Hold on. Storages and parking lots. And why would you go and sit there and try and figure it out yourself when all you got to do is be in a community where we talk about stuff like that all the time? Storage wars. Thank you. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And you know, one thing about that show, I like it, but I don't like it because they don't let the women shine. There needs to be more women out there doing some heavy negotiating. I need the women to go out there and, come on, go out there with some purple boots. I'm a purple girly, even though I have on a lot of pink right now. I'm a purple girl. They need to go out there with some purple boots, a purple bow in their hair, and negotiate the mess out of those guys. Why not? Why not? But we talk about and we learn the skill and the mastery of negotiation, because negotiation is what stops women from closing the wealth gap, the pay gap. That's what we talk about in the circle. So let me tell you what you get, because I'm not going to be cutesy with you. I'm going to be very upfront. I want you to be purple people. Okay? I'm a purple girl, and you can see Women's Success Circle. We're purple. Purple is wealth and royalty. Amen. I want you to be a part of the Women's Success Circle. I want you to be a part of this community, because we are a community where we are not apologizing for the wealth that God has given to us, that God has already endowed us with. We are not apologizing for being ambitious. We are not apologizing for playing to our strengths and working what's in our hand. What God has already given to us, we're going to work it. And I'm not going to work it by myself. I'm going to work it with other like-minded women. Right? That is Women's Success Circle. So when you come into the Success Circle, it's a community. Some people call it a membership. But what you're going to get is every month we meet twice a month. Bi-weekly coaching, we meet twice a month. And of course, we're going to have Q&A session, just like we're going to have Q&A session after this. And here's the thing. I'm going to bring some of my friends that are in some of these different industries that, hey, I know about it, but I'm not an expert at it. I'm not the best at it, but she is. I'm going to bring them on so they can share that knowledge with us. And if it fits, it fits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But at least now you have the knowledge, right? Because all it is information. Information does what? Changes the seasons. So every week or every other week, bi-weekly, we're going to get on a coaching call and we are going to talk down through wealth building. Whether you're talking about stocks, you talk about dividends, just like I was mentioning before, storages, parking lots, just the ways that we can create wealth right where we are with what we have. Right? What's also included in the Women's Success Circle is the book club. I'm big on books because depending on what generation you are, readers are leaders. We're leaders. Why? Because we're exposing ourselves to new information. We're exposing ourselves to different mindset. We should even learn from an ant, y'all. That's what the Bible says. You can learn from an ant. And that will increase your life. That will better you, right? In the Women's Success Circle, you get the Success Vault. So just like I was sharing, like I'm going to start working on this tomorrow. I'm working on this tomorrow. The process of creating a trust, what you need to create a trust, the benefits, what it gives to you, and why you need it. You got to cover yourself. We have to move smarter and not be those type of women who we sit there and we respond to everything. No. We're not on defense. We're on offense. We play it smart. We move smart. We have information. We use that information. As wise as a serpent, as harmless as a dove. I'm not worried about what happens in the economy in this world. I operate from a different economy altogether. The economy I operate from is the kingdom. And that economy don't never go down. Hello, somebody. That kingdom never falls down. It remains standing. And that kingdom provides insight, wisdom, understanding, revelation, so we can move with wisdom and where we find ourselves. So all that information, a lot of the stuff that I know and that I have, it's going to be in the Success Vault. So you'll be able to access it, download it, play the audios, have all, the links, all that stuff will be in there. Of course, we'll have networking with like-minded women. I love being with other women who are talking like I talk, talking with a big mind. Granted, we're all affected by where we are, the things that happen to us and where we live. But when you are just constantly being built up, you start to feel yourself a little bit. You start to feel a certain kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Like every time you come in and, hey, beauty, hey, beautiful, how are you? I hope you had a fantastic day. I saw your post online, honey. You better give it to them. Like, tell me if that's not going to change you. Tell me, guys, I'm telling you, one of the things that I so appreciate about my husband, even when I'm mad at him, I will still pray for him, okay? Because he always builds me up. He always builds me up. And before I even felt like I was beautiful, he told me I was. He would build me up. Now he tell me something and I'm not blushing. I'm like, I know. Child, what you think this is? I know for you told me. He'll start laughing. I'll start laughing, but I really do feel that way now. But when we first got together, I was still very, didn't have a lot of confidence. I was still very insecure. But what I realized was those words over and over and over and over again, it did something on the inside of me. So even if we're not married yet, we still should have circles that we build each other up. We can celebrate our successes. We can celebrate and even share some of our frustrations. Like, y'all, I just tried to do this and this didn't happen. Oh, girl, try this. Connect with this person. It's just a different level of operating, okay? I can't even harp on it enough. Exclusive discounts, okay? Exclusive discounts. It's only for Women's Success Circle and invitation only. You can't see it because my head is here, but it says invitation only private events, because we're going to have events not only virtually but also location wise. I am doing some research for us to do like some travel, like coming together and traveling out of the country. I'm here for international. If you don't have your passport, write it down on your to-do. Get my 32-page passport book. Get it. Make it happen. Go to Walgreens, take passport photo. Go to USPS and fill out application for passport. Don't say I didn't tell you. You get all of this in the Women's Success Circle for only $49 a month. It is a membership, so this is monthly. I'm being very vocal and forward with you. It is monthly. Granted, you can cancel at any time, but I know you ain't going to cancel, honey. We're going to do this thing. We doing life together, okay? It's me together. We see each other, okay? I'm so excited. I am too. Can you feel it? I hope you can feel it pulsing through me, radiating through me. And here's what I'm going to tell you. And after this, I'm going to let you go. This is the link. I'm going to put the offer up so that you can see that. That's how you do it. There it goes. Okay. I'm going to put the offer up so you can click the green button and you can access the Success Circle. I had some of us got on board last night. So we already have some members in the chat. Hey, wealthy woman. Hey, right? Already a part of the Success Circle. But you can use the green button or you can plug it into your internet browser, bit.ly/women success circle. You'll see two options there. The first option is for $49 a month. And then the second option is for either $149 or $129. I apologize. I forgot what it is. But that option, which is the platinum option, you have gold and platinum. Platinum is the $129 or $149 a month. And that one is so that you can have one-on-one coaching with me. Now, you guys know my background. You know what I've been able to accomplish. You know what I've been able to achieve by the grace of God. I'm very grateful for those achievements and those accolades, but I'm transferring that wealth of knowledge, over 20 years of knowledge, over 20 years of business, over 20 years of counseling in those sessions. So it'll be just me and you. Our bi-weekly is all of us together. But if you're in the platinum, then that platinum is me and you. So whatever you got, I got it too. And we're going to work that. We're going to work a plan. We're going to devise a plan and we're going to work the plan. And most times what it really takes for you to get from where you are to where you want to go is that accountability, is that person. You know, somebody is waiting for you to make something happen. I want it as bad as you want it, but I can't want it more than you. But if you're ready to do the work, I'm in the trenches with you. Let's make it happen. Let's do some work, right? I have packages that people pay for. You're talking about $3,500, $5,000, $10,000 packages, but I'm giving you myself every single month for only $129 or $49. That's a really, really good deal, if I do say so myself. Okay? So when you go to that page, I just want you to be aware when those two things are there, and you're going to see it there. And if you start at the $129, you are able to shift, or if you start at the $49, you could take it up. It just, whatever you got going on, we're going to make it work. You already know. I hope you hear me and you get my heart from this, right? Okay. So last piece right here. If you register today, this is limited. It's like I only have a couple of this, right? If you go ahead and get registered within this 3-day challenge, and this is like the first 11, and I'm one, so that means 10. And then there's other members that's already in the group, so I don't even remember what the number was. So it's only a limited time. You will get exclusive, limited time only, Women's Success Circle merch. Okay. So this means it's only going to be 11 of us that have this particular piece of merch. Nobody else has it. Nobody else has it. Nobody else has it. Just be us 11. That's it. First members, right? So that is available to you, and that's just, a bonus that you get. But also, I have more bonuses. Oh yes, because I'm a generous. That's just me, right? Of course, you have Success Circle, the top 10 book club. I'm going to get over to you the top 10 books that have really changed my life and done a number on my mindset, and I really believe has helped attribute to my success and to my ability to get a lot of things done. I'm going to give you my one woman 6-figure business. Okay. Now this is an overview, and I'm telling you, if you don't have a VA, that's okay. If you don't have a team yet, you are the team. You the social media, you the one that does the contracts, you the one that does the emails, you the one that fulfill the order, you do all the things. That's all right. But I'm going to show you an easier way to do it so that you don't burn out and you actually can automate more, so that you have more time, and then you're still able to generate that income and use that income to build your wealth and to build up that net worth. Okay. Then I'm also going to give you my list of stocks that pay cash. These are the stocks that pay you dividends. It's right here on there. And then also in the wealth building ebook, I'll show you the apps that I use that gives free stock when you sign up for it. And then also, like, when you sign up for the service, they'll send you emails so that you can go ahead and get stock, like free stock, legit stock, and you can buy more of it, add more money to it, or you can just leave it as whatever the amount they give you. But all of that is there in the ebook. Then if you want to tap into the other stocks that are available, then you can do that. Now, remember, I'm not a financial advisor. You have to make your stock purchasing decisions based on what you know and your research. But this is just some of the stocks that pay out dividends, pretty good dividends, and they're American-based companies. I'd have to do research for my other countries that show up, okay? So that's what I have. Let me jump back because it took me out of the chat. Hey. Okay. Yes, I feel my strength coming to me. Come on, get it in here. All right. So I know I have some people who are already, who are already a part of WSC. Who else is joining us tonight? Let me know in the chat. I want to hear from you. And we're going to also use this time to go into Q&A. Let's get into the Q&A segment. If you have any questions for me, let me know. You can put your questions in the chat, or you can, if you do your video, I don't even know how, honestly, I don't even know how I would see that. Let me see. Yeah, I don't even know how I would see your video. So just put your question in the chat, and that'll work. We'll get it going from there. Okay. So let's open it up. You still have the offer. Hopefully it's still showing there. And then also the link is on the screen, bit.ly/Women's Success Circle. Who we got? Carlotta, yay! Welcome to the community. Hey, wealthy woman, Gloria. Woo! Welcome to the community. Listen, it's our time, y'all. I am so excited, and I will not deceive you. Let me be crystal clear on something. When I say that this is the Good Success Challenge, I'm talking about good success the way that you do not, literally, hear me, have to sell your soul. to move up and to create great things and be the greatness that you are meant to be. I really feel like, and people toss that verbiage around, oh, they sold their soul and da 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 da. Y'all, it is a real thing. It is a real thing. And when I talk about success, for if you, maybe I'll tell my story tomorrow, but when I talk about success, I'm talking about the success that includes God, the includes the will of God, God's direction, God's hand, God's mind. Because there was a time in my life where I was trying to make success happen for myself, and I did a good job until I couldn't do a good job, and it wasn't working out for me. And I'm talking about, I had no furniture, fridge was empty. My mama, dear mama, sweet mama, had to help a sister out every month and pay my rent because I had nothing. You hear me? And she was like, you don't have to be out there. You know, you can come home. You know, you can come home. You know, I said, no, mama, I got to see this thing through. Come on. She said, I've been there. I know. So I had nothing. But I said, God, look, I tried to make it and do it by myself. I did okay, but now, as you can see, yeah, it ain't working. So I need you to do this for me. Otherwise, I'm out. I don't have anything else to offer. And when that was the first time I started to really get into the word, and I was exposed to Joshua 1:8. And my son's name is Joshua, the last one, baby number 3, Joshua. But the key of Joshua 1:8 was to meditate on the word day and night. Day and night. So that you will observe everything that's in there. And I'm paraphrasing. This is Dr. Faith vernacular, okay? That you will observe everything that you read within. That way, you will make your way prosperous and you will have good success. But I want you to realize that you're observing God's way. You're doing things God's way. And yet you are still co-creating the success. You are still required to make your way prosperous. He said that he will use prosperity to spread, to grow, to do what he wants to be done. That's what the word says. We got to keep it real. You got to choose. There's the type of success, good success that God gives, and there's a type of success that is out there, but it comes with stuff. Me personally, I have personally chosen to observe everything therein. That way, I will make my way prosperous and I will have good success. All right. Listen, our live. Welcome everyone to Good Success Challenge Day 3. I am your host, Dr. Faith Abraham, your favorite doctor, and we're about to get into the Good Success Challenge. For those of you who are new here, welcome. So glad to have you. For those of you who are returning, hey, welcome back. And we're going to have a good time on tonight. Hello. Let me know in the chat where you guys are calling in from. Oh, you already know it's going to be fire. That is just how we do it. I think Montel Jordan said it well. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. Okay. I don't want no copyright, so I'm going to stop right there. We always bring the heat. We always bring the fire. And I'm going to drop some good gems and nuggets on you on tonight. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I like to be on time. So we are going to get into it. Again, if you've been here before, bear with me. We're going to get to the nuggets. If it's your first time, stay glued, stay tuned. I got something for you, okay? Welcome to the Good Success Challenge. Here is my big promise to you. My big promise to you is that you will learn the exact steps to build, grow, and protect your wealth and become intrinsically, like every cell, every morsel of your body, comfortable with being the success you were born to be. And I should have put another line on there, maybe parentheses, whether people like it or not. Okay. Are you a driven woman who has already achieved a level of financial success or life success, but you still feel like financial freedom is a bit beyond your grasp? Maybe you've climbed the career ladder, you started your businesses, you've made 6, 7 figures, you've made different strides towards your goals, but the money management, the execution, the ability to level up and go further, it seems a bit overwhelming. It's not really coming together. And maybe you're a little like me. You followed the advice, you worked hard, but somehow it still seems like other people have the secrets to growing wealth that you don't have access to. But here's what I want you to know. You are not alone. You're not the only one. There's a group of us, and you're with that group tonight, okay? And you don't have to stay in that place. And I'm going to show you how you don't have to stay there. But here's what I want to ask you. What if I told you that building real wealth on your terms, okay, is not only possible, but it is within reach? Everything that you feel like has been evading you is actually waiting for you. Catch that. What if you could learn how to create financial success without having to compromise your faith, your values, your morals, or the life that you want to live? None of that stuff has to be compromised. You can walk in the integrity, the calling that is on your life, and you can still have that success. Well, I'm going to show you how exactly to do that, and why you should listen to me is I'm Dr. Faith Abraham, and I am a master life coach, serial entrepreneur. I went from earning $9.25 an hour with a degree, which is absolutely absurd. Every time I say that, it boggles my mind how I was even making it, but we thank God. From $9.25 an hour to being the co-founder of a $30 million valuated SaaS company called Vonza. And the truth is, I followed the path that everyone told me I was supposed to follow. I went to school, I got the good grades, I got the job. Well, I got the job, but it didn't really pay. But I was supposed to get the job and be set up for life. And that is not what happened. I was struggling, y'all. I could not find work. I was putting out application after application. Sometimes I would even get a response back that said, overqualified for this position. Okay, whatever, right? But my husband was so tired of me complaining that he was like, babe, just build the door, go through the door. And when he said it, it was like God was on it. And it was like, it hit me. It was like, boom, okay, enough is enough. Let's get to it, right? So I started my coaching and counseling business. I won awards, hit 6 figures within a few months. I was able to, really counsel and coach some big name individuals, ambitious, high achieving and earning entrepreneurs, celebrities, professional athletes. I've seen them all. And I was able to do all of that, even with a husband, 3 kids, and other businesses that we were working on. And in that, I now take what I learned and take all that knowledge and that insight and pass it on. But even as I've passed it on, I've also been able to enjoy my life on purpose. I've been able to actually actualize what I visualized my life to be. And so I put a couple pictures up here, graced the TEDx stage, got to, for me, my upper echelon of vehicles, a Rolls Royce. Now I've had a Bentley and I've had a Rolls Royce, and I can tell you, Rolls Royce is like, but Bentley is like you're flying down the freeway. It's awesome. I love it. Met some awesome individuals along the way. Do birthdays. I'm able to do birthdays the way I like to do birthdays, like impactful, awesome birthdays. I've been able to speak on stages of multi-billion-dollar companies, which blows my mind. I remember when I was speaking, this was in Houston, Texas, and the company, if I mentioned the name of the company, you would know the company. And I remember when I touched this stage, I was about to cry because 20 years, about 20 years before I actually graced that stage, at the time when I told myself that I would speak on a stage that large with that type of portfolio, it was 20 years ago. So fast forward to when this actually happened, I had to keep it together, honey, okay? Because it was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, it's happening, it's happening. I was freaking out on the inside. Not because I was worried about the people, but because God had remembered something that I had forgotten and he had brought it to pass. So it's just really awesome to see how God will do that kind of stuff for you. Of course, you can't quit, you can't give up, but I've been able to speak at different places in front of a lot of awesome, magnificent people. We've taken trips to the Bahamas, to Spain, I really, 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 really am looking forward to going to Greece, and I want to go to Mozambique. I don't know. But yeah, I went here with my sons. We went to the Atlanta United soccer game, and we were in the suites, up top. And my last one, Joshua, he was like, Mom, can we come to the next game? Can we do it again? Can we make it happen again? I'm like, child, you don't even know where you're at right now. But I was like, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is regular for us. This is regular. This is an everyday thing, right? Because you got to speak those things that be not as though they were. Okay. And so my purpose-driven business, I was able to build a six-figure business within a few months. I walk in my gift, I walk in my calling, I walk in my purpose, which is to me the ultimate honor. I'm able to spend time with my kids, go to their events, and I'm the chauffeur until my 17-year-old gets driving again. But I take them up and down wherever they want to go. And the other awesome part about where I've been able to find myself is we've been able to give to orphanages and literally adopt kids. This is baby Gracie, and baby Gracie, when she was born, her and her mom were basically, the definition of the word trapped at the hospital because the dad didn't come with the payment. So in Nigeria, if you don't pay your bill, you're not going anywhere, and you will continue to incur fees. So that is what happened. And we were like, oh no, they got to go. Let them go home. So we paid the hospital bill, and we keep up with baby Gracie, and she's so beautiful, and she's so cute, and she's so smart. And I don't even know if she realizes like why we're in her life. She just knows that we're there. And she's just loving it, and I love it for her. When you're blessed, you're blessed. So she's definitely blessed. And these are some connections that I've made along the way, some different partnerships and collaborations, and just great people that God has allowed me to meet, and they've made impact in my life. I've made impact in theirs, and it's just been really awesome. And I'm telling you, it's a wild ride. Also, the philanthropic things that we've been able to do. My husband went back to Nigeria, his home in Nigeria, and they built the Dr. Abraham Library. So of course that's a blessing to everyone. We're filling it up with books, and the goal with the library too is to also have like different events and draw the kids in and get them to have a love for reading, because like they say, readers are leaders. All right. So this is just some of the stuff that we get to do, and it's really humbling and it's exciting. So when I say success, when we say good success challenge that we're in tonight, guys, I really want you to understand the gravity and the breadth of what I'm talking about. Yes, We want to do great things here and where we are for ourselves and break generational curses and do big things. But we're also wanting to reach back and give to those who came under unfortunate circumstances or can't do for themselves or won't be able to ever repay us. That's okay. All it is us being able to serve others. And I think it was Zig Ziglar who said that if you help enough people get to where they want to go, you will get to where you want to go. So I think that's the ultimate epitome and understanding of what we're all about and what my heart is. And so today I'm going to show you how to turn what you have in your hand into financial freedom, wealth, abundance that you already know is waiting for you. My mentor always says, say this with me out loud. What you want is waiting for you. What you want is waiting for you. What you want. And we go crazy like, and we just get into it. So I'm sharing with you and I'm telling you what you want is waiting for you. It's not elusive. It's not like it's not there. It is waiting for you. You will have it. But here's what I want you to understand. When it comes to women, we have a different type of challenge. We have a different type of challenge because a lot of women, though we're doing well in the United States, African-American women tops the demographics and tops the charts on higher education. Let me know in the chat if you knew that. If you knew that African-American women are amongst the highest number of individuals in the United States today, 2024, September 2024, that are acquiring higher education. Did you know that? Did you know that also in the United States, African-American women top the charts on the demographic that is opening up new businesses? Did you know that? Come on, somebody. Listen, this is real stuff. This is real stuff. We are highly educated, highly ambitious, highly driven women. The stats show it. The stats say it. However, even though we are top of the charts, our wealth is not reflecting the education. Our wealth is not reflecting those businesses, right? Because when you have a business, those businesses are supposed to start generating income that your job couldn't generate for you. And I'm going to go into that a little bit later. So you got to stay with me, stay tuned, because I'm going to break that thing down for you real good. Okay. But it's not reflecting. So it's not showing, it's not matching up. It's like the education is here, but the wealth is here. But I'm going to tell you why. And you can see it on the screen. Number one, most women, we have not been taught the strategies and the systems that wealthy people use. We don't even have the mindset that wealthy people use so that we could, hello, you would think, but it's not. And this is why we don't have the mindset. A lot of times, just think about it this way. If you have homes where kids are growing up and when they go to eat dinner and they're sitting at the table with maybe employees. They're sitting at the table. Their parents are employees. Their parents are managers versus a child who sits at the table for dinner and their parents are entrepreneurs, investors, people with wealth, people that have been left wealth, what we like to call and say Nepo babies. Do you think that that's a different conversation? That's a different conversation. That's a different acquirement of knowledge. That's a different type of, right? One child's table is how are we going to pay bills, or we're just making it, or we don't get to eat lobster whenever we want to. We just eat shrimp and we thank God and pretend like it's lobster. Whereas another table, a child is saying, oh, lobster is, we're eating your favorite tonight, lobster, and has no concept or understanding that shrimp and lobster is not the same. How, right? It's just think about that. Think about those conversations. It's different. Now, furthermore, as we get older and we leave that kitchen table to go sit at other tables, women are not included in conversations that pertain to wealth as much as men are. And let me say this, a lot of the conversations are not happening at tables, they're happening on the golf course. They're happening in masterminds. Okay? They're happening at happy hour with the guys closing deals at, sorry, Saints, but it's the truth, at strip clubs and places where normally you're not going to find women at that level. That's number two. Let me keep going. Number three, because I get excited. Y'all know I get excited and I'll stay on something. Society teaches women to be consumers versus producers. And I talked about this last night. And I really want to know, have you guys paid attention? Are you paying attention now? Have you seen some things based on what we talked about last night? We were talking about how we're literally taught to continually try and fix things that are wrong with us. We're finding things that are wrong with us to go and fix that are wrong with us. And I'm putting my air quotes up really hard. Hope I don't break my fingers. Okay. There's whole industries that are set up to make us insecure and find a remedy to the insecurity. Let me just say this, and maybe you didn't think about it. But ask yourself why. And, if you want to do plastic surgery, that's your business. But let me just tell you something. Why is it that shirts, tops that are made for women, we put on a shirt, we put on a top, and we are like, well, I don't have enough cleavage for this top. What do you think that does to a woman's psyche? Or I have too much cleavage for this. Or how come these things aren't long enough for my legs and they said it's for tall girls? How come everything is tiny and I'm supposed to have small shoes, but I wear a size 10? So what happens when you keep wearing clothes that are supposed to fit a woman's body but doesn't fit a woman's body? You feel like something's wrong with you. Boom. Come on, chat. You see what I'm saying? You start feeling like, oh, let me fix this. And guess what? They have a whole plastic surgery industry. I come to you with open arms. They got open arms ready for you to come in and just fix every single thing that you've ever been insecure about. All you got to do is swipe your card, and now you got mountains of debt because you're trying to fix something that never needed to be fixed in the first place. Hello? Consumers versus producers. And we're so consumed with our insecurities that we're not even made within ourselves necessarily, but just because of society. And now we are focused on these insecurities instead of focused on breaking generational curses, lifting ourselves up, traveling and going from different continents and understanding and picking up different cultures and seeing how God has endowed us all as different cultures in different regions and different places, and taking on the best practices and implementing them into our lives. Hello. We're so caught up with stuff that doesn't matter. Oh, well, I want my lips to look like hers, and I want my shape to look like hers, and I was so skinny, and now I got to get BBL, and I got to do this, and I got to do that. Like, hello. I want us to be healthy. That's part of FEMPS. We should mind our temple, but not to the point where we're trying to fix something that never needed to be fixed. Let me go, because I'll keep going. I will keep going. So those are the top three struggles that we have as women and that we deal with. Then when you are able to go pass through the noise, right? You have information, but the information is scattered. It's confusing. It doesn't consider your unique circumstances, being a woman of faith, being a woman of color, being a woman from different socioeconomic status, right? Some women who have been through very tumultuous pasts and backgrounds, all that stuff is not considered. You better stop driving and texting at the same time. We want you to be safe, but we hear you. Right, the baby coming now. We got to get a tummy tuck because my body got to look the way it looked before I got pregnant. Honey, ain't nothing the same after you get pregnant. Your uterus not the same, your boobs are not the same, your hips ain't the same, nothing is the same. It's a lie. And no one teaches us or tells us that to embrace the new body that comes after bringing life into the world. Give me a break. But here's what I've learned. And here's what I've done. I've learned to cut through the noise, push through, and acquire information, acquire understanding, acquire that knowledge that's needed so that I can operate and function in this earthly realm and the spirit realm in a way that changes the trajectory of our wealth. And I take that information and I intentionally pass that on to my clients. And that's why I have so many testimonials. I actually have some testimonials that I found in my computer. And I was like, oh my gosh, I had already submitted my slides. So I was like, let me just leave it alone because it's going to be too full and you can't even see anything. But you'll see on this one, after we work together and through some different things that she was dealing with, she got her first 5K client paid in full. This one has paid off her car, paid off credit cards and debt. This one tapped in, tap in. Hey, I'm on a musical mood today. But she was able to tap into some stocks that we had talked about, and she made bank off of it. So, hello, that's some good stuff. But she was exposed to those stocks, and those stocks yielded her income, right? This one, we had a session together and she was like, hold on. Put the information to use. Boom, 3K client. Then she was like, oh no, I got to finish the program now. I got to finish the whole thing now, right? This one on a mission. She was completing Life Mastery School, which is the coaching certification program. This one we had some videos that we were doing. It was great. Oh, I didn't even include the other part that was included, but she took some of the nuggets that I had given to her. She got some money coming in. This one, she set up her business with me. I think she did, who is this? I think she did coaching, and she signed up her first client, and she was just so excited. She could not even stand it. She could not even. And yeah, I had a couple of other ones. He had finally gotten some counseling. He got his counseling certification and had people actually pay him for the counseling. I was telling him the same thing that you do for free, and you are helping people. That is your gift, and you have to properly position yourself so you can be paid for your gift. It's a divine exchange. If you get tensed up at that, then that is a problem. God gave you your gift. He's endowed you with things so that you can be a solution to other people's problem. And when you are a solution, bam, baby, that's a doorway to get paid. You're supposed to be paid. You're supposed to profit from your gifts. Your gifts are supposed to make room for you. Your gifts are supposed to elevate you, but it can't elevate you if you're too scared to be elevated. I just said something, but let's keep on going. So let's know that it is your time. It is your turn. And here's what you don't need. You don't need to be an expert. You don't have to be good at math or numbers. You don't have to come from a wealthy household, or a healthy household for that matter. And you don't have to be a man. You can be your divine self as the woman that God wanted you to be when you entered this earth, because you have something for this world. You have come for such a time as this. And as a woman, and since you are here, we're going to get into what you deserve to have and see. So it is your turn. And if you need a game plan, I want you to stay tuned because I'm going to give you one. Okay. I'm going to give it to you, and you're going to go from wanting to help others to actually helping others. And it'll be in a multitude, a plethora of different ways in which you can help, because you will be established in a multitude of different ways. Okay. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want to slow down here just a little bit because I want you to do this. This is an actual example, an actual exercise. I want you to imagine if you were generating an $10,000 per month. $10,000 per month. What would happen for you if you were generating that on your job, or even if you had your job income and you had an extra $10,000 a month? What would that do for you? What would that do for your family? What would that do for your business? How would that change the quality of your life? How would your quality of life change? What would take place? Would you travel more? Would you do more self-care? Would you upgrade your life? I can tell you, when you see extra, your mind starts to dream. You start to see. You start to realize, well, my closet isn't as up to date as I would like. I'm still wearing stuff from after I graduated college. And if you are, well, God bless you, because your figure is probably still slim and trim. Okay? But, or after you had a baby, that closet is still filled with those clothes. Would you change out your clothes? Would you go shopping and wear clothes that are custom fitted, custom tailored to your shape, instead of settling for the stuff that they give us in the store that doesn't fit us? What would you do? Would you go and get it tailored so that when you put it on, it fits your shape, it fits your body? Because that's what our clothes are meant to do. Would you go take lessons so that you can learn how to play golf and be on the golf course with the big boys? Because, hey, you have gifts. You're athletic. You have the competitive drive and spirit. You might end up meeting some very awesome people. Would you take the trip? And when you take the trip, you wouldn't just take economy because you being conservative and you're paying attention to your billfold. No. You would politely upgrade to first class or to business class and go to that country that some way, somehow keeps showing up on your feed. What would you do if you had an extra 10,000? Would you finally fulfill your vow to your church that has been a rock and a pillar for you all these years, and bless them the way that your generous spirit wants to bless them? What would you do if you had $10,000 coming in extra? What would you do? What would it look like? I want you to imagine this, because if you can see it in here, you're going to see it out here, right? And now, I know for many of us, especially my logical people, oh my goodness, we're so logical. Well, I don't know how that would happen. I don't know where would it come from. I don't know how the 10,000 would come to me. I can't work more hours. Overtime already got me beat. Shh. Tell logic to be quiet. Hush for a second. And instead of allowing those thoughts to come up, because remember from last night, those thoughts are coming because of those emotions, and your belief system. But let's keep going because I don't want to get sidetracked here. I want you to ask yourself some empowering questions. How could I afford the overseas trip? How could I afford to bless my church or the philanthropic effort that I love so much and I volunteer for and I help out with and I donate to and all that good stuff? How can I afford it? Ask yourself empowering questions, because if you feed into the question or the initial way your mind will give you, well, I don't know how I'll be able to afford that, or that would be great, but all of that, if you feed into that, what you're basically doing is you're shutting down God's ability to open you up and make things happen for you. So you have to, I want you to screenshot this. You have to start asking yourself some empowering questions. How can I afford it? What do I need to do to make this happen? What avenue of income can create this for me? Does it exist? Do I need to create it? Am I sitting on something that can bring that extra 10K to me, that extra 50K to me, that extra 100K to me? Because I know I have people from different backgrounds and different accomplishments, right? What can I sell to create more income? What problems could I solve for people? And they'll pay me for that solution. Ask yourself empowering questions. Why? Because what happens is now your mind goes to work. Your subconscious goes to work and says, okay, I don't know. Let's figure this out. And so you put yourself in a mode, in a posture for solutions to come to you instead of focusing on the problem. Because when you focus on the problem, you don't get anywhere. But when you're poised and your mind is positioned for solutions, that's when it starts coming to you. That's when God starts speaking to you. That's when stuff starts, right? It's just like when you say, "Oh, you know what? I want a red car. I think I like red. I think I'm gonna get my next car is gonna be a red car." What starts happening? You start seeing red cars. Because your mind is now postured to see what red cars look like. I'm not even going to get into it. Let's go. Here's the thing. Go ahead and screenshot this right here. Screenshot this right here. This is Cash Flow Quadrants. One of my favorite understandings, one of my favorite books is actually by Robert Kiyosaki. It's a part of our book club, and I do an analysis on this book so that you can have an overview and really understand it. This is what I want us to understand. Most of us have been taught to be an employee. Okay, these are the 4 cash flow quadrants. This is how we make money. Most people make money. Employee is right here. Then you have hold on, let me come over here. A self-employed individual. Okay. Then you have a business owner, B, and then you have an investor. And most times you see people flow from when they're leveling up and they're going higher, they go from E to S to B to I. I know they had little arrows there. Don't pay attention to that. E to S to B to I. Then what happens is, and remember I had asked you earlier on on the call, I said, how come even though African American women are the top demographic for those who are starting businesses, how come the wealth is not reflecting? How come it's not matching? This is the reason why right here, because they go from being an employee to being self-employed. So they are not working for somebody else. They're working for themselves. But that's a good thing. Listen to what I said. They're not working for somebody else. They're working for themselves. So they still have a job, but they are their job. They are their own boss. Hello. Oh, hello. Right? But what we really want to do is have the information that we need to go from employee to maybe self-employed for a little bit and boom, right over to business owner. Because a business owner, hear me, doesn't need to be there for the money to flow. If you don't show up as a business owner, the business still runs because the business has a system. And I share, for those of you who were here last night, some of the bonuses. I talk about this, being a business owner versus a self-employed individual, right? Now, here's the thing. Some people may not necessarily be business owners, and that's okay. No harm, no foul. Play to your strengths always and forever. You may have started off as an employee and you can easily jump right over to being an investor. Come on, we're going to talk about it. You can go from being an employee to being an investor. being an employee and being a business owner and still an employee and an investor. Being a self-employed, okay, you're still working your thing, you're figuring out the systems, you're trying to get your team together, right? But being a self-employed and being an investor. There's so many options, guys. And these are not the conversations that happen often, but we have to know these conversations. We have to realize this. And I'm going to show you a couple of ways that you can become a business owner. You can become an investor and still keep your job if you want to. Or go from being self-employed to actually being a business owner that will now free you to start another business or be an investor. It's a misnomer. And let me tell y'all something. To believe that people who live well-funded lives pay from one stream of income. When we go on social media, we look on social media and we say, oh, they must have a job. They must be this or that. And that's how they're paying for it. If you are privy to these type of conversations, you will know that these people's well-funded lives have multiple streams. It's biblical. That's why I made sure to put the scripture on here. Ecclesiastes 11:2 says, divide your portion to 7 or even to 8 streams of income, because you don't know what misfortune may occur on the earth. If the economy wants to act a fool, you ain't worried about it, because you have multiple streams of incomes. You didn't do what them old folks say. They say, don't put all your eggs in one basket, baby. Have multiple baskets. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Have multiple baskets so you can have multiple eggs in different places. So when you need to pick from here, you can pick from here, pick from here, pick from here. That's what the old country folks say, right? Y'all know them old country folks? Multiple streams. Come on. Multiple streams of income. They live well-funded lives, and their investments are paying for their lifestyle, is paying for the things that you see. So sometimes you can feel like, well, I thought they were doing this business. They are, but they have investments. Yes. They have investments. They have different baskets of cash flow. And when you understand how to work this thing as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, you understand that there's tax benefits for being in this cash flow quadrant right here. You'll begin to be able to tap into those tax benefits just right here, just from being right here. But this is, y'all are getting me in the chat. Y'all already, come on. This is the stuff that we have to be privy to, that we have to have these conversations about, right? So this is cash flow quadrants. If you really want to understand it even the more, don't worry. I'll give it to you so that you can have access to that. But I want you to go through it. Now you can screenshot this. I'm about to give you, I think it's 8 different methods of cash asset creation. Ready? Come on. If you're ready, give me a ready in the chat. If you're ready, give me a ready in the chat. Let's get into it. It's Friday night and the time is right. It's ladies' night. Come on. Let's go. Give me a ready in the chat if you are ready for this asset creation. Oh, you're very welcome. I got you. Anybody that rocks with me knows that I'm not trying to be good on my own. I need other people to be good with. How am I going to do cheers by myself? I'm going to go clink, clink. No. Somebody has to be clink, 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 clink. Cheers into ourselves and our success and the things that God has allowed us to do. Hello, somebody. Ready. Come on. Number 1 is real estate. Hear me. I understand that some of us may be at a different place. So just take a screenshot, write it down, because it can absolutely go onto your vision board for what it is that you want God to do, how you want to show up, the solution you want your brain to give you. If you say, okay, how can I get some real estate? I do want some real estate. How can I get some real estate right now where I'm at? At least you can ask the question and start allowing the atmosphere, allow your angels to start working for you and bringing some things to you, right? All right. Now, real estate, owning rental properties, vacation homes, commercial real estate can generate steady passive income through rent or property appreciation. I knew a guy, this guy was quote unquote broke. He was a different level of broke. When I say broke and when he say broke, it's two different kind of broke. Because he said he was broke and he was broke enough to get a duplex. Okay, child, whatever. But he got a duplex, and what he did was he moved into the duplex and then rented out the other side. So he priced it to where that other side paid for that side where somebody was living and his side. Hello, right? You can absolutely get property if you have a young lady that I'm friends with. She doesn't even do hair. She sells hair, but she doesn't do hair. She bought a salon. Why? She got a salon. She got herself some commercial property so that she can rent out booths to people who do hair. And now they're paying for the booth, which is paying for the real estate. And because she's added some cushion in there, that's extra income. So once she pays her part every month, she still has extra income, and that now funds her lavish. Come on, somebody. Number 2, stocks and dividends. This is one of my favorites because this is like lazy girl wealth right here. Like, you could get on your phone and there's apps that can be on your phone, and you are literally, okay, you are literally buying stocks, and those stocks will pay you because they pay dividends. I have a list of those for you, honey. Okay, I got you. Don't worry about it. You just got to stay with me. Stay on. I'm wrapping up. Okay, but it'll pay you, and you get paid by those stocks. I always say go for the companies that you use the most, so that when you are buying your stuff from your company, you can feel like you're paying yourself because you're going to get it back in the dividends. Okay, number 3, digital products. One of my faves, because with digital products, you can absolutely teach people the stuff that comes easy to you. Do you know how many people recognize that the food supply that we're getting in the U.S. is not the best? And they know how to garden. They know about hydroponics and growing plants and food using water, no soil. You can teach people that. You could put it in an ebook. You can create a course. You can give people templates on everything they need to buy, and everything they buy links to an affiliate program that pays you. Okay. Screenshot it. Let's go. I don't have a lot of time. Come on. Top eight for the ladies. No, top 9. I think it's 9. It should be 9. 4, online businesses, e-commerce stores. I just mentioned this. Affiliates, blogs can create recurring income streams once you have it set up and automated. You know, the girlies who cook online, they've been cooking for a long time, and they'll say, go to my blog so that you can get the recipe, because when you go on their blog so you can get the recipe, they have affiliate links on there. And when you go to buy the stuff, or when you download the stuff, or when you're seeing something going through oh, look, that's so nice, I need something like that for Auntie's birthday, click, buy, boom, they get a piece, right? This is online business, right? Coaching, doing life coaching, consultation, all of those things are businesses that you can do from your home, right? From your home. Number 5, coaching programs. I just kind of went into that, right? Coaching programs or consulting services. As a matter of fact, let me go back to number 4. Number 4, you could also have like apps, tech, very big, all online stuff. Okay. 5, coaching or consulting services, particularly in high demand areas like finance, wellness, business, relationships. They can all provide income, and eventually, I missed out something there, but eventually be transformed into assets, into streams of income. Number 6, content creation. Some of you feel like, oh, my life is so boring. I don't know what I would record. But guess what? The reason why reality TV shows are so popular, go back in time and go to the real world, and it was so basic, and they were just living their everyday lives. But we are so curious about how other people live. Your content creation is can give a glimpse into how you live. If you live in the city, if you live in downtown, you live on the countryside, if you're a farmer, if you're a trust fund, looking for a man in finance, 6'4", trust fund, blue eyes, it's a different lifestyle, and it's interesting. You think it's boring, but somebody else will find it very interesting. You can have ads, sponsorships, brand deals, affiliate marketing, just through content creation. Okay. Okay. Yes, it's 9. Number 7, laundromats. Listen, this is a boring business. Bizarring. But the boring businesses, and I say the messy businesses, are very good. Very good. Car rental fleet. Multiple cars, you can rent them out. People come. This is one of the businesses that we tapped into that made us our first 6 figures, renting out cars. Number 9, parking lots and garages, another bizarring business, but the business generates income, especially in big areas. My daughter was in volleyball, and we would go to the big, stadiums and big places and things like that, and it would be $20, $30, $40 just to park. And guess what? I started doing the math, and when I started walking through the parking lot, hold on, 40 times, it looks like it's about 100 cars up in this joint. Do the math. And that's just for one event in a weekend. And there's like 7, 8 events in the weekend. Hello. What if, ladies, you could be in environments that reset your beliefs for more? What if you could be exposed to these type of conversations, the type of information I just gave to you? What if you could be around women who have similar boundaries because they're looking to accomplish something, but they still want that networking. They still want to do great things. And you have access to those women, and you are one of those women. What if you could get a blueprint to put it all into action, and it'll all come together? I'm giving you the blueprint right now. This is why Women Success Circle exists. And I have to warn you, here's the thing. I've been doing the challenge for the past 3 days, and I really hope and pray y'all let me know in the comment section if you got something from it. If you got something from these past 3 days, let me know in the chat, okay? And not even let me know, let other people know in the chat. Let them know that you got something, okay? Because the truth is, you can go and take this information that I've given over the past 3 days, go and do it yourself. Do it, girl. Make it happen. I know you can do it. You can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. I know you can. All right. See, we got men on here talking about I got so much. That's what I'm talking about. And let me tell you something. He does not flatter me. If it's not good, he lets me know. If it's good, he lets me know. Right? You can go and try and put all this stuff together, acquire all this information, get all the stuff, do all the research. Do it. Go for it. Have a blast. I'm just out, I'm sowing seeds, right? Or you can tap in to the community, Women's Success Circle. And we're a community of women. We're all like-minded. We're all, just like I said in the chat, these are things that I've been thinking about. This is stuff that I've been really contemplating, right? You've been thinking about it, and we have all that you need right here at the tip of your fingers in Women's Success Circle. In the circle, this is our community. This is where we are. We're doing this together. You don't have to do it by yourself. Amen. You're right. It is very hard doing it by yourself. It's very hard because the truth is, if the level of success that you felt like you were meant to be you're not having it and you're not seeing it yet, if you could do it by yourself, you already would have done it. You already would have done it. And as human beings, it is literally okay to say, I need help. It is okay to say, hey, I would like to join forces. I would like to be with other individuals who are thinking the way I'm thinking and having these internal conversations and looking for the information I'm looking for. It's okay to say, yes, I need help. And when you say that, here it is. It's right here on your screen, Women's Success Circle. What do you get? I listed out for you. Every single month, we're going to come together as a group, as a community, and we're going to have weekly coaching sections twice a month. So every other week, every other week, every other week, every other week. So you're getting that accountability. You're getting your sister in your ear like, come on, what are we doing? What's next? What you got going on? Have you done it yet? Applying pressure, because you will go to the gym if you know that there's somebody there waiting for you. But you will make an excuse like that if nobody is waiting at the gym for you, right? Let me put it in here. Someone said that the link disappeared. Let me put it in the chat for you, okay? Sorry about that. I don't know why, and I don't even want to spend time on that. So let me just give it to you here. I think I can pin this. I'll highlight it. So I think that puts it right at the top. Okay. So you should be able to get that bit.ly/women success circle. The offer is up. I hope you guys can see that. I did put the offer up so that you can see it, okay? So you're going to get every week, every other week, we're going to meet up together. Yes, I am. We're going to get together. We're going to have conversations. We'll have master classes like this. I'm going to give what I know, what I've been exposed to. And I'll also have some of my friends come on as well. And they're going to share from their expertise, what they know, what they're building, what they got going on, what they've been successful in, because it just makes sense to do life as a village instead of so individualistic like our, unfortunately, American society has been for so long. Right? You're going to gain access to the book club. I talked about the book Cash Flow Quadrants. That cash flow quadrants absolutely changed my thought process. It really helped me to like, oh, whoa, wait a minute. I'm thinking about this all wrong. Yes. Okay. Also, you're going to have access to the Success Vault. What the Success Vault is the Success Vault allows you to gain access to, these are some bonuses that I have for you, but it also allows you to get information, courses, things that I have been working on for years now, but I've never released them. I've never posted it on social media. I've never talked about them, but they've just been sitting in my computer. I'm putting it there, and everything that's in there is all stuff to elevate you, to take you higher, to lift you up. You're going to have exclusive discounts. It's only for the women of WSC, point blank period. So it'll allow you to have access and get your hands on things that aren't in the Success Circle, but are my personal business that I do that I can get over to you. So you'll have discounts to that. You'll have access and invites to private invitation only events that I will be hosting, that I am privy to, because those type of events are the type of events that expand and change our thought process and our mindset. If you want to change the outside of your life, you got to change the inside. That's just 100%. Okay. So this is what comes in Women's Success Circle. And that is, because it's a membership, it's $49 per month. super simple. Like, this is what I can easily blow at Target. And I'm just being honest. I would easily go to Target, and that little section right there in the front, and they have those little cutesy scotch keys and all of that stuff. Easy in the cart. I haven't even hit the food section, the clothes section, or any other the fitness section like I came there for. Okay, $49 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee a day. You will have access to all these things so that you can level up. And here's the deal. There is another offer. When you go to the link, you're going to see the $49, and then you're going to see the $129, either $129 or $149. I forgot to look. So you'll see that if you go for the platinum, which is $149, the platinum package is you get all of this, but you also get access to me one-on-one every single month. This is something that I've had clients from back then till now, they paid thousands of dollars for. You're only adding a couple $100, and you're getting access to me, my experience, my mind, all the things. And you can tell I'm not one of those people who like to hold things back. If I have something that I could bless you with and I can give to you, I'm going to give it to you. If you receive it, great. If you don't, great. But you can't say that I didn't give it over to you. Right? So that is what is in Women's Success Circle. And here is the, oh, I made it big. Hold on just a sec. Sorry, guys. Actual size. There we go. All right. So for a limited time, these are the bonuses that are available for Women's Success Circle. You are going to get everything that I just talked about on the slide previously. But you're also going to get, this is the first few ladies of Women's Success Circle, okay? I've opened it up to about 20 now. So the first 20 of Women's Success Circle are going to gain access to exclusive, limited time only Women Success Circle merch. So now that the challenge is completed, my assistant is going to send an email, and she is going to ask you, what is your size? So that way we can get the merch, put the order in for the merch, and get it in, and we're never going to make this merch again. This particular merch, okay? So just know, okay? Also, you're going to have a couple of bonuses that I have for you. You're going to have your Purposes Calling course. I love this course. You're also going to have access to Women's Success Circle course. Now this, well, I actually call it the Wealthy Woman course, and it has not been shared, and it's not going to be shared. Only members of WSC are going to gain access to it. And I'm telling you, I break some things down in that course, okay? When I was telling you guys about the links that you can literally just be on your phone and creating assets and income for yourself, I see you in the chat. I'm coming over. I just want to make sure to share these bonuses so that everyone who's on knows what you're going to get. This is Wealth Builders ebook. It has literally links. You click the link, you sign up, you start getting your stocks. Put your name in there, put your information in there, and you start buying stocks. That is wealth for you. You can create literally accounts that you can begin to automate money so that you can save. One of the things that women struggle with statistically is overspending and not preparing for retirement, i.e. savings. Okay. And so some of the stuff that I have in here is going to, having the Builders ebook is going to help you with that. I would actually say as soon as you get into WSC, start with this. Start with Wealth Builders ebook. It's going to prep you. It's going to set you up. You're going to level up immediately just with that. Then you'll also have access to stocks that pay cash. Remember I was telling you about the stocks? That's right there. So you can go here. Then from here, you go to the stocks that pay cash. Then you'll also have access to the one woman 6-figure business. So if you're self-employed, that's okay. but we got to get you to get some systems. We got to get you to where you can automate some things so you can free up your time and free up your mind so you can create other assets for yourself. Okay. Also too, so you can tell I have a lot of bonuses for you. Click the link. You should see it in the chat. Click the link for the offers and jump on in. The water is fine. Okay. The water is the wealth building offer, and we're going to really have a great time. We're going to change the trajectory. It's not just talk. It's just not us saying things. This is actually us putting our money where our mouth is. Let me just say it like that. And here's the thing. If you decide that this is not for you, that is totally okay. I am happy that you came on and you gained access to information and you spent time with me. I appreciate your beautiful presence. Okay. But I'll be honest with you. This is not for everyone anyway. This is only really for people who want and aspire to achieve the goals that they've set for themselves. This is only for people who are really working on building something for themselves, the next generation, and the next generation. This is only for people who are going to use the group, not only to their benefit, but they're going to use the group to the benefit of those behind them, and even the philanthropic efforts and all of the growth that's going to happen. So it's not for everybody, but it is for the right people. And if you have decided to join Women's Success Circle, I want you to let us know, blast it in the chat, that you have become a part of Women's Success. Yay! Now, please, I'm going to say Jeannie because I don't want to mispronounce it, but I'm going to say, Jeannie, welcome to Women's Success Circle. Whoop, 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 whoop. We're so glad to have you. We call ourselves Wealthy Women. Welcome, Wealthy Woman, to Women's Success Circle. We're so happy to have you. Yes, Carlotta is in. Woo! Let's go, Carlotta. We are so excited. I love your initial CC. Carlotta Cloud is cute. Let me see. I saw some questions in the chat, so I do want to answer those. I'm going to keep the offer up so you could click on the button. When you click on the button, it'll load up for you. You'll see the gold package. You'll see the platinum package. You'll see everything that's inside, and you will gain access to everything that is inside. And just know, if you like this masterclass, honey, when we have our time together where it's just us and we're in our community, we're in our field, you ain't even seen anything yet. I'm just going to tell you like that. Dr. Faith, what if you purchased already your gold and you want to upgrade to platinum? Yes, you can upgrade to platinum. We'll just ask you to send an email, and my assistant is going to help out with that. We're going to get to that. So if you send an email here to info@restorationcs.org, info@restorationcs.org, and just let us know. You could put in the subject upgrade, and we'll be able to help you out so you can go from gold to platinum. Okay. And yes, you'll also see on there that there is a 7-day money back guarantee. So listen, I'm not trying to wrestle you or argue with you. I am trying to give you what we didn't have, give you what I had to fight to get so I could get to where I am. And truth be told, by the grace of God, I'm just getting started. But I know that it'll be easier for all of us to go higher and to do more and to be as great as we're meant to be when we work together, instead of just trying to do stuff on our own, getting discouraged. This pops up, we get sidetracked, we get distracted, we start getting pulled in all these areas. Then we can't figure out why stuff isn't coming together. Baby, you distracted. You don't have anybody rooting for you in your corner. You don't have a coach. You even see the boxing matches. The coach is in the corner. Get in there, champ. Wake up. Pouring water on the guy. Come on. Use your jab. Move your feet. Wear him out. punch him right in the face. When you punch him in the face, then get him in the gut. That's how you're going to weaken him. That's how you're going to, come on, champ. This your game. This your night. You got to win this. You already got this. Use your skills. Use your gifts. That's me. I'm going to be yelling at you. Get up. Get in the game. Throw your punch. Get your left hook going. Let's go, girl. All right, yay! Toya is in there. Woohoo! Welcome, wealthy woman, to Women's Success Circle. So excited. What time are the monthly meetings, and are they recorded? Yes. Not only are they recorded, you will have access to the replay. Always, always, always. When you get into WSC, you're going to see, it's going to be published, if not tonight, then tomorrow. You're going to see where all the replays are going to be hosted, and they'll be sectioned off so you know exactly what you're clicking on and exactly what you're watching, okay? The monthly meetings, we're going to make sure to, once we get everyone in, and we get settled, probably by Monday, we're going to make sure to pick a day and a time that's going to work best for us. I like Saturdays. I say like the top of Saturday before you start doing your groceries and doing your cleaning and getting the kids together and all of that stuff. But we'll make sure to get it at a time where all of our wealthy women, or at least a good number of us, will be able to get on board and spend time with each other. All right. But yes, you'll have access to all the monthly meetings. You're going to even have access to the challenge. Like right now, you may be receiving emails about the challenge, but it's going to be cut off in a little bit. And then you'll only be able to get it in the community. All right. So now let's go into, I'm going to keep the offer up in the chat so you'll have access to that. Make sure you check on whichever level is going to be best for you, gold or platinum. We'll do the Q&A segment now. I know we've kind of been doing Q&A so far, but we'll get into it. If you guys have any questions, just let me know. Yes, Dr. Latina is in. Hello, wealthy woman. Woo! So glad to have you. Yes, yes, yes. Are you guys seeing the offer? Let me make sure, because I think you guys are probably just using what I put in the chat. I'm going to refresh the offer, and then I'm going to just plug this in for you. bit.ly/women success circle. So this is our circle. We are up, 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 and it is up. Circle. Let me make sure. There we go. Okay. And then I highlighted it as well. Okay. So yeah, we're in Q&A. You guys let me know if you have any other questions. I am super excited for the great things that we're about to do. And honestly, I'll just be honest with you guys, since we're all still here, and I'll give you a few moments to put your questions in the chat. I really, really believe that there's a lot of things that are happening in the world right now. And this is not to invoke any fear, but rather to invoke the fact that there has to be those individuals that are wise enough, smart enough to have the courage to rise up. One thing that I have learned, and I've learned it the hard way in all of these years, I mean, I started my success journey when I was in college, and I'm in my 40s now. So when I was in college, I was in my early 20s. I'm in my early 40s now. If I sit down and think about it, it wasn't until my late 30s that I've been able to really enjoy the fruits of my labor and my sacrifice. And I'm like, okay, Lord, it's getting weird now, because I'm seeing you're doing stuff and it's getting weird. You're bringing things to pass that I forgot about. It's getting a little weird. Don't stop. I like it. I'm just saying, right? But there were so many times when I feel like if I had that community around me and I was just open enough, because I know a lot of this is hard for us as women, because a lot of times our experiences with other women have not been healthy. They have not been good. They're kind of far and few in between. If you have good girlfriends in your life, you are really blessed, because there's a lot of women who don't. But my thing is being in a community that will give us the opportunity to feel the fear and do it anyway. She said, what about one in her 60s? Come on, you are more than welcome. Let's get into it. It's okay. Let me say this and then I'll say this and then I'll let y'all go. We have to feel the fear and do it anyway. We have to have courage. We have to say, I don't care where I'm starting. I'm starting. And where I'm at is the best place for me to start. We got to feel the fear and do. When I tell you, I literally say that to myself. And the bad part about it is my name is Faith. So well, you got to be your name. Be your name, girl. Be your name. Have some faith. Encouraging myself. Feeding myself. Have some faith. Good God, But we have to have the courage. We have to feel the fear. Do it anyway. We have to be willing to do those things, take those steps, just put ourselves out there. Because if you look at one of the testimonials that I put up, one of the reasons why I love that testimonial so much, not only because she was able to pay her debt, pay her car, do all these awesome things for herself, was because she showed up. She literally used Instagram to show her talent, what she's able to do, and she does it so well. And she just started posting it on Instagram. Did it go viral? No. Did a news magazine and paper pick it up? No. Did it get all this press and worldwide spread? No. But did it change her life? It absolutely did. And I'm just that person that's going to say, you know what? Esther had it. You were born for such a time as this. We have it. We were born for such a time as this. And when we have that community surrounding us to build us up and to take us further and to just yell at us like, girl, you got this. Don't give up. Get up. Get up. You scared? Okay, cool. Be scared, but get up. Do the thing. Let's go. People are waiting for you. What are you doing? That's what we're here for. So I didn't see any questions in the chat. Inez, yes. Welcome, wealthy woman. We're so glad to have you. I didn't see any questions in the chat, so I'm going to let you guys go because I will stay on here because I'm just enjoying myself. Her life was changed. Yes. And, we can sit up here and we could be like, well, I wanted it to change when I was in my 20s. I wanted to be the rich auntie when girl, so did I. But am I happy I'm the rich auntie now? Yes. Okay. Who cares when it happens? It just needs to happen. It's happening now.